Okay, I will call the meeting to order at 6:02, and we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first thing is if there are any changes or additions to the agenda.
I don't have.
I do want to mention, I want to ask the board's opinion on the feasibility of hiring a 5th middle level teacher. And I think we can do that under schedule.
Okay. Does anyone have anything else? Okay, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes from Tuesday, April 20th meeting. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve those?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Mark will second.
Okay, I did have a couple of things in the minutes. Under spring sports, it just says softball 10 and they are getting team masks. So there are 10 players. I think maybe we should just insert the word players or participants or something.
Mhm.
Also, it said various sports will take place at different schools to facilitate safety. I'm not sure that that was exactly the intent of that conversation, right? I mean, it's not for safety. It's so that there were enough students to field teams, correct?
Correct.
Can you repeat anything you've said? Because I couldn't hear and I had to sign out.
It's
So
okay.
anything about the minutes you need to repeat.
Yeah, I just said two things. One was they're both under spring sports. One under softball, if you could just add the word participants after 10. And then where it says various sports will take place at different schools. And it wasn't to facilitate safety. It was so that there were enough kids to field teams.
Oh, okay. I thought it was for safety to keep them separate.
Now, this actually puts them together, but it's outside and it's bigger kids, so they hopefully can keep their hands off each other, out of each other's faces. Let's see. And then under items for action, B, Kristen's name is spelled wrong. Did anyone else have anything? Okay. So, so with those changes, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that was unanimous to approve the minutes.
Anne Maria should abstain. I wasn't there.
Oh, okay. So, oh, Jackie. Next up, we have public participation and announcements. Is there anyone in the public with anything to say about a matter that is not on the agenda? You should raise your hand, then I can see to call on you. The little raise hand button at the bottom. Ethan McNaughton. Ethan, do you have something to say?
Yes, I was fighting with my mute button. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are some things on the agenda, so just want to make sure some of these may come up and some may not. But wanted to make sure that because it wasn't real clear of which ones would come in the, recovery plan, because that can be pretty broad in what it can entail. So basically kind of a list of things, but one of them being, just want to express to the school board, because I know there's a lot of different entities involved in an SU, but my concern, and I've talked with a lot of community members and their shared concern, that next year we can get back to a normal school day, and normal sports programs, and basically as close as we can get back to, understanding we still have COVID, but as close as we can back to what we had before. And to express concern, for example, with the summer programs, we had a great summer program at Weathersfield before. My son participated in it. In fact, preferred that over athletic camps and other much more expensive camps. And this year the decision was made, or at least I'm told, to not have one at Weathersfield and instead just have one at Windsor. And obviously, COVID-wise, that's concerning, but really more than that is that we had such a great program at Weathersfield, and to lose that is a bummer for us. And also curious about, well, I guess one, like from the school board and Jean Marie and the Weathersfield side of it. I know the SU has strong feelings on it, but really from the Weathersfield's point of view, like what are we gaining out of shifting this away from our building, and not being able to offer it locally to our kids anymore? I don't recall there being any negative, I wouldn't have been in the position to hear it, but negative feedback as to our summer program. I think that it had really overwhelming positive support from our community. So I'd really like to get back to having that program at Weathersfield for our kids. And I can speak for myself. When it's a partial day program, it's very difficult for working parents to be dealing with going, to other additional travel. But aside from that, if it's working so well, why would we blow it up? And then on the sports side, I think you guys have probably seen now the decrease in numbers that we have. For example, in track, we lost the equivalent of a team based on this decision to try and consolidate multiple schools together and make everybody travel for their practices. And I'm really concerned as we head into the fall, when our very highly attended sports, for example, I could tell you soccer. My son plays soccer, and Heartland has had some very competitive soccer teams. I know because we were undefeated for a couple of years, and Heartland was the only team to beat us the second year. And I'm concerned that when you have all these kids show up that used to fill out almost two teams in Weathersfield, and I know Heartland had about two teams on their team, and we try to squish these all into some combined team. I don't know what Windsor's numbers were, but also would hate to see us lose the kind of numbers we lost in our spring sports as a result of this consolidation. And again, don't know why we're doing this, especially during COVID, when we know regionalization isn't a great idea. So that hits on some of the stuff, and also the school program. There's some talk of hearing that we might be pushing towards shorter days and pushing things into other schools, for example, band and other talk of that. And so I want to just get the school board's feel on, because at the end of the day, you guys set the policies that the central office is bound to enforce, and where you guys see this, what your goals are, what you'd like to see. I know where the community is, and I'm not really sure where all this push is coming from. And if it's from the teachers, I'd love to hear, like, teachers that think for some reason this is going to be a better way to go than having our local options that we had before.
Okay. Well, I'll let some of the others answer some of the questions. I know that the summer school program, we had to cut that from our budget. It was one of the things that we cut, I believe, to try to get our budget down below like 10% of an increase for taxpayers, or as close to 10% as we could. So I believe that was one of the things that we cut. So then with the COVID money becoming available, I'm not sure how that was decided, that it would be a Windsor centrally located thing. We'd have to ask David or Jean Marie about that. But I know that our summer school program was cut for budget reasons. And then as far as sports go, I believe we didn't have enough students to field the upper level teams. We do have the lower grade team, K through 5 at the school. But I don't know if our athletic director is on. Maybe she can say something about that. And as far as just other general consolidation goes, I guess that would be something more for David, but I would like to try to keep our, definitely we want to talk about the scheduling, and that is on the plan to talk about, and we're going to talk about the recovery fund. If there are other things, if you can come to me before a meeting, and then we can schedule them into perhaps next month's meeting, that would probably be better.
Yeah, I think we could certainly, if you're willing to set it as an agenda item for next week, that'd be great. For next month, I mean. Okay.
If you can kind of give me just sort of a so you want an agenda item for in regards to consolidation, or just in regards to SU consolidation, I guess.
Yeah, I think some of it will depend on what we hit on the recovery plan, right?
Okay.
So
well,
maybe some we're going to hit.
After we talk about that, if you want to send me a quick email or something, I can make sure it gets on the agenda for next month.
Well, okay. I think it'd be great to set the agenda at this meeting when people are here.
No, we do. No, I meant to send it to me during the meeting today, before we set the agenda. Or I guess you can just say it in the meeting. That's fine. Okay, David, did you want to address any of these?
No, I think it would be good to put consolidation, or the threat of consolidation, or wherever that's coming from. I think that would be good to have that be a separate item. I mean, some of those other things around the summer programming, around the decisions that were made for sports programming. And by the way, Ethan and I have talked a little bit about this. I mean, they were somewhat time specific and somewhat COVID specific. The recovery plan, so I think some of that will come up tonight. But I think if we want to talk generally about some potential conspiracy to merge the districts, we should probably put that on another agenda item.
Yeah, David, what was the reason for summer school being at Windsor as opposed to each school having its own? Was that just financial?
Yeah, it was basically financial, and we, quite frankly, all of the schools had cut back on their summer programming, and of course last summer didn't have any programming. So I mean, I think some of it was budget related, and we did have some ESSER funds, that flow through the SU. We wanted to make it as efficient as possible, and we wanted it to be a full day program if parents wanted that. So we had to concentrate our resources. For example, HCRS will do an afternoon program with us. Bridging the Gap, the BTG program, is going to be offering some afternoon programming. We're going to do some of our own programming. So I think some of it was just the efficiency of staffing and trying to make it work within a limited budget based on those COVID funds.
Okay. Lizzie, Craig, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. I had raised my hand just to clarify that the item for discussion later around scheduling had to do with length of the school day, because I do have concern about the reduction in the school day. Most importantly for the students coming out of a year plus of lost instruction, but also for families' sake. And with it still unknown whether there will be after-school programming at Wethersfield School, that's going to be a significant hardship on families. So I just wanted to clarify that item.
We'll definitely be talking about that during the scheduling and restrictions.
Okay, thank you.
Angie?
Thank you. Turn on mic, put down hand. I just wanted to say that, so a few years ago, as you're aware, the title funding for Wethersfield School fell below, the free reduced lunch rate. They're income status changed for the town, and so we lost funding that was very important for helping support part of that summer programming. So I think one of the reasons that we thought about putting the program together was because we want to create a summer program that is very robust. And in order to do that, we need to have larger numbers. When we first, one of our concerns was, will we have staff to actually work this? As you know, our staff have expressed very much exhaustion and just needing time to replenish themselves. And so when we first put out feeler, we just put out a brief survey to ask staff if they'd be interested in working with summer school. We were very encouraged with the numbers, but then when we actually asked for applicants, we got maybe a third of that number. So I think as the school year came toward, has progressed, people became more, I don't know. I'm assuming it's just that they were tired, their summer plans had been made, and they were looking forward to some rest. With the plan in place, we're able to offer a program that would have some academic focus, but also that social emotional focus, because we're able to put in supports from HCRS, and also we are combining this school program, the summer program for general education students, with special education students who are also having extended school year programs that are part of their individual education plan services. So I just wanted to say that I think the collaboration with the rec departments and the opportunity for, the availability of transportation is also something that makes this program accessible for some students that it wouldn't have been accessible in another way. At Heartland Elementary School, we've struggled with providing summer program because of transportation. I'm sure that's an issue that Wethersfield has also faced, with families having to come from such a wide geographical area. So I do know that that is a concern and something that we are well aware of and wanting to address as we move forward with growing this program into next summer. I don't know if Katie's the one that's really been working hard to put the program together. We've got two coordinators who are also helping us, Patty Pomerlow and Jenny Duranzo. And they are very creative educators and putting together a program that we think will really help ready our students for the fall. Katie, oh, I can't call on you. Sorry.
That's okay. I was sort of wondering if we should go with Katie next, and then Kristen, you have a separate question not related to this, or is it related to this?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that Wethersfield lost certain title funding due to an administrative error, not because our income levels rose.
That's not true.
No, that's not true.
No, it was because the funding, the percentage was decreased.
Yeah.
And so, there was an error the first year, and then the second year, the number went below.
That is correct. Our poverty rate has been as high as 58%, and we enjoyed a great deal of money from the Consolidated Federal Program Grant when our poverty level was high. 3 years ago, I believe it was, there was an error. It's when someone from central office was new to the program, new to the submitting data, and it was an honest mistake. And actually the state allowed us that year, because if I recall, our poverty rate was recorded at like 28%, but they gave us a waiver, Angie. Do you remember that? So even though it was reported incorrectly and couldn't be changed, they gave us a waiver. So we did get funding for that 1 year. Our poverty level is now 30%, and you have to have 40% to be eligible to be a Title I school. I don't know how Angie did it, but once again, she found it might be because there's some caveats related to COVID, but she was able to let us fall under the poverty level of other schools in the SU, and we are going to be enjoying a 5/8 Title I ELA specialist, interventionist, and a math interventionist next year, because we were able to tap into those funds, even though our poverty rate is not the lowest, but we are the second lowest in the supervisory union. In my 11-year tenure, we were always the highest poverty level, and that shifted. That's a little historic perspective.
Thanks, Jean Marie. Katie?
I just wanted to briefly echo what Angie said, staffing, and the other reason for choosing the Windsor School, not only were we consolidating all of the special ed services into one building, that was going to happen anyway this year. Pre-COVID, because of staffing, we just didn't have enough staff to spread all out through the district. But our pre-K programs are licensed for Windsor. It's the only spot where we have pre-K licensure and follows the child care guidelines, and that's part of our ESY program. So it's multiple layers of what made that decision for this year. Doesn't mean it's indicative of what will happen next year, but it just for this year is what made sense for all those factors Angie mentioned and those couple more.
Thank you, Katie. Is there any other public participation at this point? Oh, Jessica, sorry. Jessica?
Hi there.
Hi.
So I just can't get my camera to work, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the sports program, and our decision to do middle school combining was simply, I think, a little bit of COVID. We were really late to announce that we were going to have sports at all, which we had to release a lot of our student athletes who wished to participate to join other schools. Springfield, Chester, Ludlow, just trying to think a few, Windsor Rec, a bunch of the rec programs all announced that they were having sports earlier, and we were still undecided. So a lot of our K through 6 numbers we lost, which we still have great participation. I think we have 57 athletes for spring, which is amazing. And that's not including our, I think 3 or 4 7th or 8th graders, which is great for softball. And then I think this spring's been great with the combining with Heartland, Windsor, and us for those programs. We've been able to have a team, which we wouldn't have been able to have for 7th and 8th grade. All of our track athletes, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, have gone to Windsor. And it's a robust program, and there's lots of opportunities there, which has been really wonderful. But I don't know what we will do in the future with combining or not combining. I think it'll be numbers based. In the past, we always have really great numbers for basketball. Soccer, it kind of varies depending on the year, and same with softball and baseball. It varies on the year, depends on participation. But I think for this year, for COVID, for getting a sports program up and running, we did a pretty good job.
Thanks, Jessica. Nathan?
I just want to step in on track because I'm helping out on the team. I have a lot of respect for Andy Tufts over at Windsor, but I do worry that I kind of looked at what our numbers are this year compared to other years, and the number of parents that reach out to me because they didn't have transportation to Windsor, and so their kids weren't able to participate. And I think if you're going to consolidate, you have to sports. You have to provide transportation. So we lost a third to 50% of our athletes that typically do track this year, and so it's not about. I hesitate to hear about numbers when we made the decision before we signed. We didn't know our numbers when the decision was made. But I do, I am helping out on the team, good coaches. AD is there and super supportive, Andy, and we're on a track, which is different than at Wethersfield. But we have lost 25 to 50% of our athletes due to the transportation issues. And that's historically over a number of years that I've been helping out coaching. So I think that's important when we make these decisions and we make it so that parents have to figure out how to transport at 3 PM. Then we know we're excluding a a percentage of our working families.
Thank you, Nathan. That was something that we did, talk about, but I guess it just ended up being with the numbers not workable this year. But I think that's definitely something that we have to keep in mind for next year. David or Jessica, did you have anything to add about how we could possibly, I don't know, I guess busing would be very expensive. Is there any other alternatives to helping families if we wanted to consolidate the track or whatever at Windsor?
I think the busing is, it's less expensive when we can figure out a way to consolidate that busing. I think part of the problem, because we did talk about transportation, and part of it was with the coaching staff, practices were going to be at different times. I mean, some teams were practicing at, like Nathan said, 3:30. Others were not till 4 or 5. So it's just a matter of whether you could coordinate all that transportation. I mean, but again, I think that whether we do this again or not, I think some of it's going to depend on an early understanding of the numbers. That's one thing that, we learned through this, and again, part of it again was COVID, but trying to get those numbers, determined early, and then seeing whether or not those schools have enough to run a sports program, and then we can make some decisions. I will say this, and maybe people didn't know this, but when we didn't have numbers in the past, right? For example, if Wethersfield didn't have enough to field the softball team, those kids could play softball anywhere. We just wanted a closer option, right? But that didn't mean that if some student really wanted to play softball in Springfield or softball in Woodstock, I mean, I don't think we would have stopped that, but maybe we weren't clear enough about that. Our as I've said many, many times, our only motivation for this is to provide opportunities for those kids, and good opportunities. And as Nathan said, to provide good coaching, to provide good supervision, to make sure they're learning the skills they need to learn at grades 7 and 8, because a lot of these kids are getting ready for high school. So that believe me, that was the only motivation. And I think the plan with the ADs is for them to take it, season by season, and just see what those numbers are early. Matter of fact, we've even talked about trying to get the fall numbers. I don't know, Jessica, whether or not we finalized that, but try to get the fall numbers, but before school's out, before the end of the year. Then we'd have an idea of how we want to proceed in the fall. And it might be that Wethersfield has enough to field a soccer team in the fall, but or Heartland, but Windsor doesn't, and maybe Windsor joins Wethersfield or Windsor joins Heartland. I mean, I think we would go by numbers, but it is complicated. And believe me, we had several meetings about this, and all the ADs were great in trying to figure out a way to make this work. And we're going to learn from this spring's pilot, and I think we have learned.
Ethan, do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. So I want to deal with the sports first. So I just want to be clear, and I want to speak to the school board directly, because this is really a school board meeting. We're hearing a lot from the SU. I want to be clear, one, there were no signups in Wethersfield before they made the decision. My understanding is there also were not signups in Heartland before they made the decision. So this decision was directed, and then they backfilled. So I've coached at Wethersfield for many years. I volunteered there for many years. We are always late, and it's true. And the VBA has a policy, and the Principals Association has a policy, that if you're signed up for one school, if your school has a program, you're not allowed to sign up at another school if your school offers it. They won't let people shop around schools. And so once there's a decision made that your school does not have enough kids to offer it, then kids are released and they can sign up other places. And what was being explained there is that we were so late in announcing anything, the kids were already signing up. And PS, that happens actually pretty routinely and in Wethersfield, because we're always so late. And another problem that we've seen cause is that people will actually not sign up in Wethersfield because they want to play in Springfield. That's the commonplace, right? And so they won't sign up, so hoping Wethersfield won't have enough, and then they'll go and play in Springfield. The only thing that changed this year was that, one, we didn't do signups until incredibly late, And 2, they were already forced that you had to do it in a regional team at the very outset of signups. So if it was about numbers, first of all, that's just not true. And for the school board, I would like you guys to think about, really, this should have come from you. If you guys were deciding, hey, we want to go with a regional sports team, you guys set the policies. It should come from you. And if you're not, you need to start jumping in on this stuff, because otherwise we're losing our opportunities for our kids without any local say. And so we're really hoping that the school board, and that's why you have so many people signed in here, is we're looking for the school board to really step up. And I'm not blaming you, but when there is an opening, stuff is happening without community involvement, without the school board ever even knowing or making a vote or setting the policy. So one of the things on sports that would really solve a lot of problems on this, step 1, is we should have a policy in Wethersfield. If you don't sign up for a Wethersfield team, you can't sign up anywhere else for a team. So if you haven't signed up to play, to participate in track at Wethersfield, for example, then and when they do the numbers and they figure out the counts and see if we can have our own team, track, we've always had, 25 kids. It's not an issue. But when they're making that decision, if you haven't signed up in Wethersfield to figure it out, you can't later get released to play in another team. What changed this year, and that would take care of the problem of people that actually want to play, but they were trying to play in a different team. That takes care of that, and that puts those numbers back in the school where they should be. But the other piece of this, though, is to pretend it's about numbers. If it was really numbers driven, they would have surveyed Heartland. They would have surveyed Wethersfield first at the outset. I'm a parent. I know they didn't do it. I'm a potential coach. I know they didn't do it. We all know they didn't do it. And the school board, I'm sure you guys didn't authorize them to say, hey, let's go do this and not ask first, and then we'll say it's about numbers. So I know we've got issues at some age groups where they don't have the numbers, and what Dave Baker was half true. The part about that you could still go somewhere else is completely false, and our athletic director actually stated in writing that you were not allowed to play on any other team if this year, because Wethersfield had its team. That was what the major change was this year, was that we were going to say, if we didn't have enough numbers, they're going to say they're going to decide what school it would be, Heartland, Wethersfield, or Windsor. They picked for each different thing, and you had to go to that one, and if you couldn't make it to that one, you didn't get sports this year. Well, I hear what David just said. That doesn't comply with the Principals Association rules, and it's not what our athletic director told people in writing. So what really happened was, before, if kids lived on the Springfield border, they could just, and we didn't have enough kids for a baseball team in Wethersfield, they could just take them to Springfield. Or if they were on the Heartland border, they could take them there. But this year, no matter what, where you were, if we ended up not having, which we don't know because we didn't do signups, but if we didn't, the essential supervisor unit said where you have to play. So that's what was lost. And I know we have like a good sized track team. Sure, we do, but we took 3 teams and put it onto 1. And what you really have to compare is the total numbers of all the programs. And then you see that we lost 25 kids, as opposed to saying, oh, isn't it great we have 40 kids on a team? And then you look back and, well, Wethersfield had 25 and Heartland had 25 and Windsor had 20. We just lost 25 kids. So before we clap ourselves on the back, I know, yeah, we put together, the SU put together this merged team quickly. I agree with that. They also did it in a way where they didn't ask anybody's permission, input, or approval. And we lost a whole bunch of kids. So we're decreasing opportunity, right? Making it a lot harder to get new kids into the programs because now you have to get them all the way to these other schools. And I just think it's so disingenuous to not first have our signups, see where we are, rather than to claim that that's the reason we're going to do it before we even made any decisions. So what I'd ask the school board to do, what you can do to get out ahead of this, is to say, we're going to have our signups. We want our signups to happen by X date for each sport. Have it in advance, like most schools do, so we can get our coaches lined up and our teams lined up. And you know what you're looking at, and start planning your season too. It's very helpful for our volunteer coaches to know in advance and to know what levels you can do. Because some years we do, 1, 2 together. Some years we'll do K1. It depends on what our numbers are. So doing that a whole lot sooner will help. It also is so that
yes, I think that's definitely something we want to do, Ethan, and That was something that I believe David said they were going to
Yeah,
try to get the
I heard
numbers.
he said it. We haven't, but again, I want to hear the school board really chime in on how we got to here, whether you guys ever authorized any of this and why not, and why are we doing this without the school board, who is the ones that set the policy, right? Not the superintendent, not the supervisory unit. It's our school board that sets the policy. And in this case, we've got, hey, they pushed it on us, we're going with it, and let's see how it works out, as opposed to us looking at the outset from our school board saying, here's what we want to see, and here's how we want to accomplish it. And then, of course, the superintendent is tasked with enforcing those policies and seeing those policies come to light. So on summer school, we haven't heard. We know we got a ton of COVID funding, right? And that's awesome. What we haven't heard is any explanation of, okay, how much was it going to cost in Wethersfield? How much was it going to cost in Heartland? And how much was it going to cost in Windsor? And how much was it going to cost just to do it in Windsor and add in all the busing and all that stuff? Because obviously it was a whole lot cheaper to do it in Wethersfield. And I'd love to hear the numbers because I know they're out there to see what our actual costs are. And every time it costs more, but we pretend that this is why we're doing it for the consolidation. And I'd love to see the school boards behind it first, right? To see, can we do it with that SU funding? Just because we got COVID funding doesn't mean it has to be a consolidated. It has to be a consolidated summer school, as opposed to allowing each of their schools to have the programs.
Okay. As far as the summer school program, that's being spent with ESSER funds, and our school board isn't actually in charge of those. That's all done at the SU level. We don't have any say over how the ESSER funds are being spent. But I do think that we need to move on, and I would like to just, I'm not really a sports person. I'm not involved in sports, but so I take what Jessica tells me, I take what David tells me, I take what Jean Marie tells me, and that's all I know of it because I'm not involved in the sports. But from what I understood, we did not have enough students to field teams in the upper grades. I understand we didn't have signups, but I believe Jean Marie did go around to the classrooms and ask for student interest, and we based it on that. And it was done correct. Yes, it was done that way because of time. We weren't even sure until the last minute that we could have spring sports because of different regulations coming from the state as far as COVID goes. So it was very much different this year, but
So
it's
it
something we
was.
can talk about at our next meeting.
Anne Marie, it was very different. I just want to say that David did direct me to go into the upper grades and ask who would be playing softball, baseball. I did provide those numbers, and then there was a meeting between the ADs and David, and I think it was maybe those numbers that motivated that change. I did just want to speak to the Wethersfield summer school. I think everything Ethan has said is true. We have enjoyed many years of a highly successful program, and we averaged 30, 35 kids. Patty Parmelo ran that program. And we did use consolidated federal program monies. And then when we lost that because of our poverty rate, I was insightful enough to build it in the FY22 budget because the program has been very well attended. However, it was one of many really important budget cuts. We lost Spanish teacher, we lost the sports bus. I mean, we agonized this year over the budget. And I just wanted to share that was a hard decision because we knew that we would lose summer school. I will say the summer school that is being provided by the SU using ESSER funds, all principals were asked to send in, we give track by progress 3 times a year for kindergartners, twice a year, January and April. We were asked to go through our scores, and anyone who had a score of less than 40, you're going to hear me talk about track my progress tonight. We sent their name in to, I think it was to Angie or Katie, and all of those, not only did we do the January track by progress, we did it again in April. So all of those students who fell below the 40th percentile had an invitation to attend that summer school. Not everybody took advantage of it. I also know that for our extended school year students on IEPs, they were extended an invitation. My understanding is that we filled up quickly. I want to say there's 80 students in the program last I knew. Less than 15 were Wethersfield. I'm going to be perfectly frank. I haven't seen the final numbers, but it's true. That's about half of the students I would have offered summer school had it been at the local level. However, we had no money to fund it. So I'm thinking that Ethan's point might be that what about future? In the future, will we have sports at home? In the future, will we have summer school at home? And I think those are good questions. I don't know the answers, but I think that's my sense of what Ethan is asking.
Yes, Jackie, you have your hand up.
So many buttons to push before you can talk. I just wanted to add a few points. Ethan, you had mentioned that Wethersfield should set up a policy where you cannot sign up anywhere else. We've actually had that in the past. What happens is that that's for other schools. It doesn't say that you can't, if it's a rec center, it's my understanding from that memory that it didn't stop people from signing up at rec centers, something we don't have in Wethersfield. So it doesn't necessarily change your numbers. Parents that want to have their kids go play at another school generally find a way to get that done. The other thing is as far as saying that the numbers are down, it could be that it's because it's at a different location or consolidated effort. It could also just be COVID related. Maybe 25% of those kids aren't playing because their parents won't allow them to right now. And it is my understanding, we only consolidated this year due to COVID. And so that's where I stand on that. Am I for consolidating sports and consolidating all these other things? We're going to have to see when we cross that bridge, but we're not there yet. That was not this intent that I am understanding. So, and last but not least, I want to close on a happy note. Can we all just be thankful that the kids got to play sports this spring? I mean, I think we forget about that. We're still in a pandemic, you know? So let's just keep it real. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jackie. Someone else had their hand up, but now it just disappeared. Did someone else have
that was
something
me,
they wanted to
Anne-Marie.
say? Okay.
Christian Craig, just a quick thought on the summer program. Is it possible to offset the cost to families that are able to pay and really appreciate that program so that it doesn't have to be reduced due to funding? Is there a way to deliver that so that the families that may really value the program and can afford it are able to pay to help that program stay locally in Wethersfield? I'm horrified to hear the number drop that Jean Marie mentioned there of 35 kids to 15. If it was in Wethersfield and parents had the choice to pay at X rate, would they support that program? I don't know if that has been discussed, but just a thought for next year as you're planning future possibilities for the summer program.
That's a good question, Christian. Sorry, it's a tongue twister. David, I don't know what the rules would be as far as the school accepting outside funds.
Yeah, and I don't know, Jean, I would assume nobody paid in the past for that summer program, correct?
That is correct. It was almost it was free to all children, and it was almost entirely a consolidated federal program grant money, which we had to write the CFP, I've forgotten the term, the investment. I did, however, have to pay for regular ed paras to support the program because you can't use federal funds for uncertified people. But that was about $4,000. So it was a pretty incredible program. Parents were never charged.
I think Christian, I'd have to do a little more research. I don't know if you can charge for a public school program or not. We'd have to look at that. I mean, but it's something we could. I know there's something in law that talks about that, but I'd have to. I wouldn't want to make a statement one way or the other. I do want to one more time say that I think Ethan and I are saying the same thing in terms of the sports programs. And Jessica can tell you, we talked about this just last week, that we want to get registrations out before the end of the year. That's the goal for next fall, and then look at those numbers. We did do a quick survey in the classrooms, but that's not always as accurate because the kids, the parents may push the kids to play. But that is our plan to get better at that. I didn't realize that it was a problem in the past in Wethersfield, but we can certainly get better at that.
Katie?
Just a quick update. We met last week to do an update on the summer numbers. So Jean Marie hasn't seen them yet, but we have 20 Wethersfield students who have agreed it. And part of the late rolling in has been some people sending things in late. Plus, as IEP team decisions are made right now, that number could also increase. So it's slowly eking up as we're getting numbers, and it's slightly moving target, but it's a better number than what it was originally on the first pass was 13. So we're continuing to increase.
Thank you, Katie. Mark, did you want to say something? You had your hand up and then you put it down.
No, it was pretty much just addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Angie?
I do want to say that we did ask parents to make a commitment to the 5-week summer program. It's so it's 24 days. And I think Jean Marie can speak better to the program that was offered to Wethersfield families in the past. But I do think that's more days. And I don't know if that was something that might have kept some families from not being able to make the commitment because perhaps they are actually going to travel in the summer.
Thanks, Angie. Jackie, is your hand still up or is that? Okay, thanks. Ethan?
Yeah, well, one thing to point out in summer school too is this year it's limited, right? Talking about opportunities, it's not anybody who isn't on the list of person in need can't even try to enroll. So when you look at those numbers, before Wethersfield was able to offer it to, first they prioritized that and then they allowed anybody to do it. So I know I can speak for myself and others, there are definitely other people that would have enrolled if they were able to, but it's at Windsor and they're limiting it to the people that they select as that need. So if we're just looking at opportunity and trying to serve Wethersfield kids, we know there's a lot more people that would take advantage of a Wethersfield program if able to.
Yes. Katie or David, maybe you can answer this. I thought the program was going to be opened up to more students if there was room for them. Is that happening?
We are allowing other students as the space allows. As Angie mentioned earlier, staffing is a huge challenge. So as we are putting the final numbers in, as I just mentioned, we are getting those now. We are able to, as principals have reached out or families have reached out or siblings have reached out, we're trying to make sure that we can put those in the classroom without having to add additional staff. So it is our goal. We wish we could have more folks be able to be included, but as in certain grade levels, we should be able to add some more students in. So that was the intent originally, and it continues to be so. But it is as space allows because it's very difficult year to have staff. So I hope that helps. And if anyone wants to reach out to the principal or reach out to me, and we will have the latest numbers and we can try to see what we can do. So
thanks, Katie. Yeah, I had heard that there was a problem with getting staff for summer programs. Big problem. Okay, Ethan, I hope that we've dealt with some of the things you brought up. I do plan to put on for next month's agenda talking about sports, and we'll get those. We're going to really try hard to make sure we get those numbers of who's planning to sign up for what. next year, so that we can have a good discussion about that and talk about getting sports back to just Wethersfield. And we can also, maybe David can have that information about summer school, as far as if we could charge for summer school and then maybe be able to afford our own program. So we will talk about those two things at our next meeting. Ethan, did you have anything else?
Yeah, and also I think it'd be helpful for us to hear as the voters to hear, like, school board members. We're not hearing much from each of the school board members and where they feel on these. So I'd love to hear from the school board members where they feel on the issue. And for example, if there were a numbers issue, why the decision is being made that we're going to pick which school kids are going to, and tell them you have to go to this one, as opposed to allow them to pick the one that matches their schedule, or, you know, which is closest to them, or whatever else, as we've done in prior years. So I'd really like to see the school board take the lead, because they set the policy, and it seems like what happens here all the time is the school board, it comes from the SU, and we're setting the policies as a school board, and the SU and the superintendent is supposed to be enforcing the policies. And we seem to have it a little bit where the superintendent is telling us and we're rolling, but I'd love to see the school board saying, what do we want? And then telling the superintendent. And I know it's complicated because we have an SU here. And so we've got two different layers, but members of the SU are our school board that populate that SU board. And it really should be coming from the boards. They set the policy, and then the superintendent. So the school board really needs to sit down and say, what do we want for Wethersfield? Do we want to have, you know, our school teams, or do we want to have an SU team? Do we want to have our summer program, or do we want to have an SU? I get that it's in an SU budget. That's great that there is some form of summer school. There is no connection between why it has to be held as a consolidated one versus not. Just because an SU has funds doesn't mean it has to force consolidation when it uses them. They still have the option of how they're going to use those funds. So I hear what those things are saying. I just would like to see the school board to make sure that they're saying, okay, what do we think's best for Wethersfield? Is this where it is? And have an input, because you're our voice for getting the policy for the school.
Yes, that actually is something I was planning on bringing up at our summer retreat on the school board. I know that I believe it's Heartland. They have sort of this thing that they do where they have the school board sets goals for themselves, and I was thinking that we should probably start doing that, and what goals we have for moving forward. So that will definitely be something that will be on one of our summer meeting schedules. Kristen?
I just also wanted to say, as a board member, that personally, I think we did a good job in hiring Jess Kishko and making sure that our program was strong, and especially through COVID, it's been good. And I know that I thought that we asked and we just didn't have the numbers, and that's why we wanted our kids to play somewhere. And we said, if the only option is for them to play elsewhere, that's fine. But we really tried to make sure that the younger kids played in Wethersfield. And I know my goal as a board member is to keep it in Wethersfield. So.
Thanks, Kristen. Meredith?
Hi, everybody. I am looking at the chat, and there's a question that I would like addressed further. It's by CG. Have we addressed specials being consolidated too? And I would voice the same question and ask, if we can't discuss it tonight, why not?
Well, we have a big meeting already scheduled for tonight, so I think that the discussion about consolidation, and I don't believe there's actually any plans to consolidate specials, but
I think that's a simple one. No, there's no plans to consolidate specials. Sometimes what'll happen is we'll hire a PE teacher. You know, it hasn't happened very much recently that is halftime in Wethersfield and halftime in Heartland, but right now there's no plan for, you know, bringing all the specials to the supervisory union. So I don't know where that rumor came from, but there's no plan to do that. We did do a combined band concert and choral concert a couple of years ago, and that went really well. give our kids a chance to play with a bigger band or sing in a bigger chorus. I think that really helps the kids. We have talked about expanding that a little bit, but that's not consolidating specials.
Yeah, and if anybody has anything to say, if you could please just raise your hand and say it, because I can't watch the comments and the hand raising at the same time on my computer. So, and when I click back and forth, it get laggy. So if you have something to say, please raise your hand. I would like to move on because we do have a big meeting. We will definitely talk about consolidation more in our next meeting. We'll talk about sports. We'll talk about summer school for the future, and we will talk about our Weathersfield School Board goals. If anyone else on the school board has anything that they want to respond to Ethan's question about, you're welcome to do that now, but otherwise we're going to move on. Okay, thank you. Next up, we have the principal's report. And I might say this may be Jean Marie's last principal's report.
No, I'll be at the June meeting.
Are you going to come? Okay, I wasn't sure if you're coming.
I actually have a request. Our meeting is June 8th, which is graduation. And instead of having our meeting at 6, graduation's at 4, could we push that meeting to 7 so that we can do graduation and get back home for our remote meeting? Is that possible?
I was going to ask, actually, I was thinking about having it the following week, but would that be bad for you, Jean Marie?
It's hard to say. I'll be closing on a house. Right about that time frame. So it's hard to say. Is there a problem just going an hour later?
I don't have one. I don't know if anyone else is involved with graduation and they might have trouble getting home in time. How does the rest of the board feel about next month's meeting being at 7?
It can be an hour later or a different day, whatever ends up working out best for people who are going to be at the graduation in January.
I know that David has Heartland's graduation the next day, and he has on Monday, he has at 7 o'clock, I think it's Windsor's 8th grade. So I think it's a tricky week to try to swap days. We might be better off, if no one minds, just shifting an hour if people think that can work.
Mark?
I'm fine with shifting an hour later. 7's good for me.
Okay.
Since it's my anniversary, I'll ask my husband if he can hold dinner.
Till 10? Oh my goodness. Happy anniversary, Jackie.
Thank you.
Okay.
The only other thing, and I think I'm checking my agenda here. I wanted to mention that we are having a meeting tomorrow morning. Diana is our 8th grade advisor, and we'll be meeting to discuss an awards assembly for our 8th graders and graduation, which we know is June 8th at 4 o'clock. Initially, it was outside Rain or Shine. We've adjusted those plans. We actually got a go-ahead from risk management, but we do have very strict COVID rules if it's inside, and we can only have 4 family members per graduate. If it's inside, we can have 6 or more outside. And I mailed letters yesterday to all the families, telling them a little about it. And I also put it on the parent link. So as I know more, I try to get it in my newsletter and on the parent link so everybody has the same information. So I should have more after Wednesday's meeting. And the only other thing I'll be talking about tonight, it's on the agenda, besides graduation, will be track my progress scores. And that's it.
All right, thank you, Jean Marie. I think that was maybe your shortest principal's report ever.
Do I get an award for that?
Okay, next is the superintendent's report.
Yeah, and mine's going to be short too. We did have a fairly lengthy public participation time, and much of some of the things I was going to report on, like the sports program and some of those pieces, we either talked about them already or they're on the agenda for items for discussion. I will make one quick statement that, the state legislature is wrapping up, and essentially, we were paying attention to a couple of really important legislative bills, including the equalized pupil bill, which was going to certainly help all of the schools in our supervisory union by weighting that pupil a little differently than they've weighted it in the past. And it looks like there's going to be an implementation committee, and they're going to try to pilot some of those different weights next year and see what impact they have on local school districts. So it's not going to be implemented full force, but it's going to be implemented a little bit more gradually. And Jean mentioned the end of the year activities. We were pretty excited about the fact that we're getting some pretty good news from Montpelier and from our risk management team about being able to do those graduations either outside or inside. But one of the things that is really a struggle is trying to get a handle on what the guidance for next year is going to look like. And I know anybody that's in the school business knows that we hang on the Vermont Department of Health, the Agency of Education, and the CDC's recommendations for next year. So we don't have those yet completely. I mean, we've had some indication through some memos that have come out through the agency, but essentially we know that we will still have some restrictions in place. We assume that some of our kids will still have to be masked. There'll still be some distancing, and that plays a part in some of the planning that we've done for next year. But I'll be glad when they do get those published, so we have them in a little bit more solid way. And I think that's probably, given what's on the agenda, that's probably enough for right now.
Okay, thank you, David. So next items up for discussion. The first one is COVID-19 updates, and that's you, right, David?
Yeah, pretty much. And Jean, I don't know if you want.
Stuff.
Yeah, and Jean, I don't know if you want to add to these, but essentially, we have been able to loosen up the restrictions in all of our buildings a little bit. We still have sort of mandatory masking, and but we've been able to handle some of our distancing, going from 6 feet to 3 feet. That happened, a couple of months ago. Our school buses now operate without any restrictions, that are there. We're talking about a lot of difference between outside and inside activities, which has allowed our, a little bit more freedom with our sports program, which just recently changed the guidance around whether or not students who were in a sport that was considered non-contact or no close contact, like softball or baseball. I think maybe track might even fit into that category. They don't have to wear masks. I mean, other than people that are in close proximity, like the umpire and the catcher and things like that. So we have been getting those little dribbles of changes. And I know that we've got that Vermont Forward initiative that the governor has been promoting, that is trying to open everything up by July 4th. The question is, what does open up mean? And even though you relieve yourself of mandates and requirements, just because a mandate's been lifted or a requirement has been lifted, does that mean, we want to embrace that? So I think we'll look at it, take a look at as it gets published, like I said, and make decisions accordingly. We've got a great group of nurses that have helped us tremendously. It's basically what we consider our internal COVID team. We've had great partnership with Mount Scottney Hospital, and they've been part of that team. And so every time we get a new piece of information, we basically run it by that team, and they've been great. Hats off, especially to our nurses this year. They've done a great job of keeping our kids safe and keeping us updated on those contact tracing and COVID restrictions. Jean, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I think we've been somewhat reluctant to mix the pods. We're doing a little bit more team teaching. Second grades sometimes come together, but they are outside when that happens. It's usually a special event. They are masked. So we're still a little bit nervous. Seems like every couple of days we hear of some grandparent or parent who has COVID, and we wait to see if we're going to have to shut down a classroom. We've had to do that a couple times this year. I hope we won't have to do it again. There is a threat of it right now. I'm hoping it doesn't happen because we have SBAC next week, and it's really hard when we're sending teachers in a class home. It's really hard to make those tests up. So I'm not ashamed that I have probably been the biggest sissy when it comes to the reluctance of really doing more things. So we're still masked, we're still social distancing, we're still being super careful. And that's why we're not having 7th and 8th grade graduation dance. It's hard to keep 7th and 8th graders apart, as you all probably know. You were all once 7th and 8th graders, right? And we're not doing an end of the year class trip, but we're hoping to make graduation memorable, and we're hoping the awards assembly is fun. We haven't planned that yet, but so yeah, I think we're just being super cautious. And I think we need to be until it's announced that the pandemic is over.
Yes, I agree, Jean Marie. Thank you for all you do to keep them safe.
Yeah, no, you've done a great job, Jean Marie, on a lot of different levels. But yeah, just to follow up on what Jean Marie said at the high school level, there's a lot of talk about a senior prom or I think we have a junior senior prom, but so we are going to have that prom this year, but the risk, and it's going to be on site, but risk management said to Jean's point, that there could be dancing, but the kids had to be 3 feet apart. So if anybody's looking to chaperone a prom this year, we are taking volunteers. So just send me an email, and you want to keep some juniors and seniors 3 feet apart when they dance. We'll certainly consider that help.
Okay, next up is COVID stress. That's Angie.
Yeah, Angie's been doing a great job. Angie, do you want to talk about how the numbers have sort of dropped off, and then do you want to just give a quick update?
Yeah, so I have stopped sending out the wellness survey because we've been surveying our staff for other things, most recently about writing programs and how they're managing the teaching of writing. And what also was happening is that we were getting below 25% participation. So then we wonder about the validity of the data. We were noticing definitely a decrease in reported stress levels. I might send it out again, at least one more time before the end of the year. This time of year tends to be, in a regular school year, this time of year tends to be highly stressful anyway, as we're approaching it's the testing season, and teachers are tired and students are tired and the weather's nice. We've been lucky it hasn't been too nice, because that really makes the kids very antsy. So I might send it out again, but I just worry about, we're asking our staff to do a lot. So the fewer emails they see from me is probably the better.
I had a question. What exactly is being done with all the data you're collecting from the staff wellness surveys?
So that's survey data. The Wellness Committee has referenced it. Our Trauma Transformed teams have referenced it. It's completely anonymous, so that we're not breaking any confidentiality. We also referred to the wellness survey in our as a needs assessment, as we think about ways to support our staff better as we move into recovery.
Okay, thank you. And that brings up our next topic, which is the recovery plan. And that involves the ESSER money. One thing that I would like, David, as far as the recovery plan goes, and something that I know just from what we've heard here tonight and what I've heard, people are concerned about how the ESSER funds are being spent. Would it be possible for the boards to get a spreadsheet breakdown of how the ESSER funds are being spent or are being allocated?
Yeah, I think that's easy to do. We have that. We've been meeting, as an administrative team to go over that spreadsheet. I think we've gone over it now at least 3 or 4 times. But I think that's something we could provide to the boards once it's complete. I don't think we're not quite there yet because, you have to stay within a certain span of time and also a certain amount of money, right? So, we've changed it a couple of times. Angie, that's something we could provide, right? Once we finish that spreadsheet.
I plan on making a full presentation at the SU board meeting at the end of the month.
Yeah.
I also plan on, when we have a draft that is readable. We were working on it last Friday to try to get a draft. That we will share that out so that we can get feedback. The other thing is I shared the needs assessment, so you can also see many of the different ways, the investments that we're thinking about that we need. What I would say, majority of the ESSER funds are going to be on beefing up our intervention programs. We're adding interventionists in all the schools with ESSER funding, and also trying to reduce class size. That was one of the things that we did for Wethersfield, was to add a classroom teacher to reduce the number of third graders. We're also adding a few other things. I'm not thinking about them right off the top. They're not coming to me right off the top of my head. So it's mostly in personnel.
Okay.
And then we have to be thinking too about the sustainability of these funds. So we're being very careful when we hire people for these positions that they understand that they are grant funded, and the grant funds will not, that they are for a limited number of years.
Yes. And is the spreadsheet going to be broken down like by school? Like, will we be able to tell what Wethersfield has received through those funds?
Yeah, the way we have it organized is there's some notes that tell you what that position is for, what school that's for.
Okay, that'll be extremely helpful.
Yes.
Thank you, Angie. Nathan?
I'm just curious if you've looked at any kind of hands-on like STEAM type programs to add with that to Wethersfield with that COVID recovery money. Thinking about, more about applied learning opportunities and things like that.
David or Angie?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think specifically, Angie, I don't have it right in front of me, but I don't think we talked about any STEAM teaching or any, it was more, because remember the ESSER expenditures have to be tied directly, they should be tied directly to your recovery plan, right? And a lot of your recovery plan, as Angie said, has to be based around, what emerged from us from the data was class size and intervention and the summer recovery program, pieces like that. But we didn't get into those, anything like that was more related to those creative curriculum ideas. Believe me, I wish we could have.
Yeah. Does anyone else have anything to say about the recovery plan?
Our data has already gone in, just so you know. I mean, the data, you had to do the needs survey first and the data work. So that's already been submitted. The recovery plan has not been submitted yet. And also the ESSER, the ESSER application has not been submitted yet. That's what Angie's going to report on at the SU board meeting at the end of the month.
Okay. Jessica Wilmot.
Hi. Is the schedule being talked about as a part of the recovery plan, or no?
No,
Is that
it's a separate item. The schedule is separate on the agenda.
We're getting close.
Almost there. Jean Marie?
So I think it might be a good time for me to talk a little bit about that third grade position and what happened, because I know I had some people who had heard about it that said, I'd like to serve on the committee, and can my child serve on the committee? And so I was thrilled, and I actually was surprised. There was a meeting last Monday of the administrative team for 90 minutes to talk about ESSER, but I had 5 people out that day. So I really was busy doing other things and I didn't attend. And then the next day, I received an email from David saying the team would like you to have a third grade teacher, which I was very thankful, because I had 24 third graders. And as you know, my numbers are so up this year. I've got 32 right now on the books for kindergarten. I won't go into all that, but my numbers are really high, and I was worried about one third grade teacher. And I just want to remind you of a memorandum that I wrote to you, I believe on November 2nd, when we were getting ready for our first budget meeting. And I outlined that the numbers in the incoming 3 and the incoming 7th grade were extraordinarily high. But our budget was up so high due to a number of factors that I couldn't recommend that we go into debt of $60,000 or $80,000 more to that budget, which just would not have passed. So I've worried a lot about that, and I was very thankful that the administrative team put in for a third grade teacher in a meeting I wasn't even there for, which told me they had been thinking about our school. And so that's been great. And we actually have a teacher who was our title, she wasn't title, she was our locally supported math interventionist, who we put into 2nd grade this year because of COVID, and I had 2 teachers leave, and she wanted to take on the 3rd grade. So we made sure that it was legal because it is ESSER funding. And we know the ESSER funds are only good through, I believe, the fall of 2023, and only if you have it in your recovery plan that it follows that time frame. So the opening, Lori Small has agreed to take the 3rd grade position. So the opening is now a K-4 math interventionist. And I will be sending that out on the parent link and on our putting it on our website on Friday. And if anyone is interested, Lori Small is actually going to chair that committee, because that's a position she knows well. And I believe we have a student, I want to say it's Kristen Brussel's daughter, Mackenzie, is interested in serving as the student rep. These will be done through Google Meet. So now that you know that we took care of that, we looked at 7th grade, and we have 20, if all of them come back, we'll have 27 in 7th grade. So there was a great debate. Was there enough ESSER funds to fund that? And the answer is no, there is not. So that would have to be a local expenditure. Well, I want you to know that budget, I've done budget for 11 years. My master's is in finance. I've never cut a budget as tight as that one. So if we hire using local funds, the first step, I believe, is $43,000. So it'd be about a $60,000 package. You need to know going in that we will be saddling Brian Martez probably with a deficit his first year. That's very worrisome to me. So as much as I recognize that that number is extraordinarily high, I know that I checked in with some middle level, excuse my cat. I checked in with some middle level teachers, and their comment was it tough? Yeah, but did we do it this year? And the answer is yes. We did only have 1 teacher for that big class. We had a BI in there, and we had an outstanding regular ed para who is new this year. So I guess I need some guidance from the board. I'm nervous about adding a 5th middle level teacher because it will have a profound impact on the schedule, which you're going to hear about, which I think is phenomenal and chaired by Laura Powers and Christina Hughes. And it's just fantastic. And if we do go with a 5th teacher, the homerooms will be smaller. It's true, 13 and 14, but it's going to have a profound impact. And let me give you an example. Right now we have 14 classrooms. Laura Berry teaches all 14 classrooms in a week, and she has to, by law, teach a minimum of 2 classes. She does not have enough time in her schedule to pick up that new 3rd grade, much less another 7th grade. So I know that I'm going to be working with David and the committee later this week. We're going to have to combine some classes so everybody gets phys ed. Same with art. We have our art teachers only 3 days a week. She gets, by virtue of the master agreement contract, she teaches so many periods a day, she gets 1 planning period. Without that, adding that 3rd grade teacher, she just can barely do it. By adding that 3rd grade teacher, I don't have enough slots for art for both 3rd grades. So it's bigger than you might realize when you start to look at it under a microscope. So I just want you to know that we're going to have to do something. Every child will have art. Every child will have what the law says in phys ed, but we're going to have to consolidate some of the classes. It won't be kindergarten. I got 32 of them coming in. So I guess I'm looking for direction from the board tonight, because if the board says, look, it's worth a $60,000 deficit, make your plans, then I've got a lot of work to do. Not only do I have to get an ad and post it, I have to sit down with the scheduling team to figure out how we can add 1 more classroom. And then I'm going to have to consolidate. And when I consolidate for art, for example, that means if it's 2nd grade, which happens to be my lowest class, if it's 2nd grade, then they have to have specials at exactly the same time in order for them to access the art teacher. So I've got a lot to do, and I don't want to saddle Brian with that. So it's important I get it done. But I would like direction from the board. Is the board okay with 27 students putting a full-time regular ed parent in there, and we will put another BI in there, so that the ratio is 3 adults to 27 students? Or do you want to make the investment of at least $60,000 in a 5th middle level teacher?
I see that Mark and Diana have their hands up. Does this have to do with what Jean Marie just asked us, or because I'd like to stick with Jean Marie's topic for now, and then we'll go back to other topics when we're done discussing this.
No, mine was about ESSER funds, so we're going to table that until we're through with what we're talking about here.
Okay.
Yep, mine was, Anne Marie, mine was what Jean Marie was discussing.
Okay, let's hear from you, Diana.
Thank you. So Jean Marie's been very good to us this year and made sure that we had another paraprofessional in our classroom. So that's been really nice. So we have talked about this as the middle level team in regards to if there was a 5th teacher that would be on board. I personally, I'm going to speak as the middle level teacher for myself. We wanted a middle level teacher when there was ESSER funds. So we made like a wish list. Jean Marie asked us, and BJ had as a Google Doc, what would you like if we had the funds for it? And a middle level teacher was one of those choices to get our class sizes down. But then we found out there was not going to be any ESSER funds for this middle level teacher. So I do not want to see our new principal come in with a 60 or 70 or whatever $1,000 deficit it's going to end up being. Now, Jean Marie knows I had a class 1 year of 30 students. It was kind of a joke because every time I went to a workshop, there was a new desk in my room, or 1 left or 2 came. It was just like the custodians. I just said, put them by the door. We'll figure out where they're going to sit. So do we as middle level teachers want to see a class of 25, 26 or so forth or so forth? No, we would prefer smaller classes. But the policy that you all have on board on class sizes, and Jean Marie knows the title better than I do, is that we keep the lower levels a smaller class for certain reasons. And we as the middle level end up with the larger classes. Is it a perfect thing? No, it's not perfect. But we've been doing it this year and we do the best we can. And it's nice to have those extra people on board. But I want you board members also to think about what Jean Marie just said. If we hire a teacher, another teacher, we have other things that are going to be affected. The PE, the Spanish. I'm guessing we'd have to make sure that there was a para in that room. You know, so it's not just, oh, it's just going to be $60,000. There's going to be some more money involved when you start looking at it. It's not like a yes or no answer here. You have to look at the dollars. And I really don't want to see our new principal hit with a deficit. And we can say, oh, it's only this little bit right now. You all know how over the year it's going to change. And oh, here's 10,000, here's 20,000. Oh, this came up. So my personal opinion, and it's just me speaking, is I say no to the middle level teacher.
Okay. Kristen, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think it's one of those things, like, of course, who doesn't want smaller class sizes? It would affect my family directly, but we just don't have the money for it. So.
Thank you, Kristen. Julian, Mr. Vila.
Yes, hello. And Diana is right. We had a wish list. And one of the items that I think are top on our wish list was a reading teacher for 7th grade. Because we thought that it would behoove us to be able to add that. And being a science teacher, you know, I have a hands-on program, and it's very difficult with 25, 26, 27 kids. However, in years past, and this comes back to the scheduling issue, we had exploratory. We kept our big classes, but we also had an option to work with smaller groups because, you know, we can do anything with a dozen kids. You can teach them anything. So this year is kind of like a imperfect storm where we lost our exploratory, and yet we still have the larger classes, and we don't have funds to pay for it. It's really an unfortunate situation that came from all sides. Now, if we could adjust our schedule, which I'm not really a big fan of our current schedule that as proposed, to find a way to incorporate some exploratories or some elective classes, which, by the way, is a hallmark characteristic of the middle school model that we want to implement, then I think that, you know, we can do that. But you have to know going in that some of this middle school model that we want to implement involves active learning. And that's really, really difficult with 25, 26, 27 kids in a classroom, especially in my content area where the support staff I get are not undergraduates in science. My issue is I can't answer all the questions that the kids have with those numbers. So as Diana said, it's a complex problem. It really is. And and I really hope that you take a lot of time to think through all these pieces and try to find us something that's fiscally responsible, but also academically responsible for the kids. And I hope there's some leeway in our schedule that's going to allow us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark?
Why is it exactly that the position, I guess is a question for Jean Marie, is exempt from ESSER funding for that age? Is it an age bracket? Is it because it's not directly related to COVID? What's the rationale behind not being able to move any of that ESSER funding towards that position?
So I'll give you a quick synopsis of what occurred. When we know that we're getting just under 4 million in ESSER funds. That's ESSER 1, 2, and 3. So initially, when we heard about ESSER, I assumed every principal did it, maybe not, but I immediately spoke with the faculty and said, what do we need? Understanding that it's about recovery, understanding that we had an abbreviated year the year before, and this year, another abbreviated year. So what did we need to close the achievement gap for kids because of COVID? So we came up with I'm not gonna lie, and my colleagues are on, they know, I came to the meeting with a $300,000 wish list, and I was the only one that came with it. And so we started to look at the big picture. And the big picture was not individual schools, but was more around SU positions, and it is mostly personnel, around data, around, we did put in an amount of money for a purchase order clerk for the business manager. We did put in, it's now they're escaping me, I don't have it in front of me, but we have a lot of people that are responsible, and a lot of them are interventionists. So the interventionists are going into the schools to help close those achievement gaps. I was lucky enough to get 2 interventionists through consolidated federal programming because of Angie. So I won't have interventionists necessarily in my building using ESSERs, but I might be having coaches. So there was a lot of discussion around the professional development and how we would utilize that money. And one example would be Leader in Me. It's, and actually I think Brian Marquez, our new principal, is trained in Leader in Me. I think his wife is a trainer. And so that was, I particularly thought that was a great program. And it was a way of taking our strategic plan and the work we did with Portrait of a Graduate and the work we've done with co-teaching and the integrated units, and putting them all together under one umbrella, and then really picking specific goals that you're going to work on. Now that program's not cheap. And I think if memory serves me correct, correct me if I'm wrong, but it might be 300,000. Does anybody know off the top of their head? Angie?
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Over 3 years.
Yes.
Which program in specific?
It's called Leader in Me. So that was the reason I share that one example, because it came, okay, so it's less maybe. So it's 237, Jessica Wilmot says. I thought it was over 300,000.
The first year will be 111.
Okay, it's 3 years.
It's about 280.
All right, so my point in sharing that story is that when you start to look at things from a SU lens, it's about how it's an equity issue. It's about how you tie into your goals. And so each school didn't get a pot of money. Although I will say when the team reconvened last Monday, I think Artling ended up, that's a bigger school than we are. They got 2 teachers and I got 1 teacher. Which
so
I was
Marie, you have 2 positions. I'm
what
sorry.
Are they?
Your interventionist.
I thought my
I just wanted to correct you that the title interventionist, we have 1 position there.
Oh, so I am getting the other through ESSER?
And so I'm sorry that it is a little complicated the way we have it set up.
But I think to answer Mark's question, individual schools did not get a chunk of that money. So there's a $4 million award that will be coming to the SU over 3 years. And that money was, by the administrative team sitting down, that money was looked at over those 3 years. And most of it is personnel. And we tied it to the professional development and to the strategic plan and to the Portrait of a Graduate work. So individual schools did not get materials. Individual schools did not, like we put in for more cameras. We had last year when the solar panels went up, twice that company was vandalized in the night. And we don't have any cameras at that end of the building. I shouldn't be saying this on SAPA TV, right? But so we wanted like a PA system out back. So when there is a fire drill, and if I needed to get all the kids in, there would be a PA system I could use to call kids in an emergency. Now I put those in, just like we know that when ESSER 1 was done, all the masks and gloves and sanitizers and cleaners, those were all in ESSER 1. So when I looked at ESSER 1, I thought, okay, so we need things that'll make our schools safe, right? So I did put those things in. So Mark, what I'm saying to you is, initially we did put in 300,000 worth of materials and items for school. But when the team sat down and looked at the big picture over 3 years, we didn't do it by school. We did it by initiative tied to professional development, tied to, Angie, I'm thinking of some of the people like the data clerk would be one. Angie has an assistant that's going to be working with her with the grant writing and that kind of thing. So that's how the money was spent. Does that answer your question?
I guess the 280 for the Leader in Me, that's district wide, correct? That's not specific to Wethersfield.
No, Wethersfield is district wide. It is supervisory union wide. So all schools will benefit from Leader in Me.
Okay, so the 280 is the SU. Okay.
Yes.
So then I got my way of looking at it is simply that if we look at a $60,000 expenditure over 3 years, that's 180, but that's only in one school. That's not over the entire district. So I see where you're going with this. Thanks.
Okay.
Diana, your hand is up? Is that just still up, or you have something to say?
No, I'm sorry, Anne Marie, I'll lower it. Thank you.
Same thing with Mr. Vila okay. Angie, did you already say what you wanted? Okay, then I have Jackie.
First, I just wanted to say thank you to the upper level teachers to putting such good thought, and essentially just, being not just, what do I want to say, like almost a Vermont strong sort of attitude, like we've got this. We voted a budget. It took a lot to get to that budget. It was thought very, not only did it take a lot of time, it took a lot of thought, it took a lot of heart, I think, from all levels to agree to that budget. And it's a budget. It's what that we felt as a board that the taxpayers could handle. So, Jean Marie, in answer to your question, I'd say we have to do without that teacher, in my opinion.
Does anyone else have anything they want to say on this matter? As far as my point of view goes, I mean, I do think that the 7th grade is really big. I would like to see, some help, and I guess you've mentioned that there would be extra para in that class, Jean Marie.
That is correct. This year, we were blessed to have 4 regular ed education paraprofessionals, and I put 1 in the current 6th grade. In that class, there's also a behavioral interventionist. So those 2 were in the class along with the teacher. So we had 3 at all times. That can happen next year too.
Okay, and that won't cost any more as far as the budget goes?
It will not. The only snag is my regular ed para, who's outstanding, is probably going to make more money moving to a special education para position. And if that's true, I have an opening. But those things aren't settled yet. Things are a little different this year in COVID. Normally by this time, everybody knows where they're going to be next year. I have 5 special ed paras that I don't think are returning. And I also have 1 regular ed who's waiting to see if she can get a position. The reason I share that with you is my last day is June 11th. So those things might not be straightened out by June 11th. So I need to know fairly soon who I need to hire. And right now I don't know that. So, and if I leave and that work's not done, then that will be Brian's job to hire someone for that 7th grade position. So I want to be very transparent as I say that. I'd love to keep who we have. And if we lose her, there's an opening. There is money in the budget for that. And we need to get that ad out. But it's not that easy because we share personnel. So, you know, it's likely that that person will take a job with Katie Ahern, maybe in another school, and make more money as a BI or an SEI. The person has a degree. So as soon as Katie lets me know that person's under contract, I'll place an ad. But I like it when the board knows up front, you know, I'm going to have an ad out for a math interventionist replacing Lori Small. Now you know it's likely I'll have an ad out for a regular ed para. I just don't know when.
Okay. Jessica, does your comment have to do with the 7th grade teacher? Because if not, I just want to just hold off for a minute.
No.
It doesn't? Okay. Ethan, does your comment have to do with the 7th grade teacher? Okay. We'll come back to you though. I guess, so we've heard from Kristen and from Jackie how they feel about this. And Mark or Jamie, I mean, I guess, does anyone want to make a motion to hire a 7th grade teacher, or do we want to not make a motion? I guess that's what we would do, right?
Yeah, if you were going to authorize the hiring, you would have to make a motion.
Just to be clear, mine is regarding this position. I'm not sure what that was about.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it wasn't because you put your hand down. Okay, go ahead.
So what my comment is, I know your budget was really tight. You had to make tough decisions in the schools, right? We have a big budget. There are so many auxiliary costs to running a school. However, arguably the most important thing you can fund is your teacher positions, right? And I think one of the things you guys got to keep track of, I'm a real estate attorney. I am seeing people move into the area like you've already seen during the year. There are more people moving in all the time. And they're people with kids. If your numbers continue to go up at the rate that they're going up now, that number that you guys gave for what you have probably isn't what your number is going to be next year. So I want you to keep that in mind when you're making these decisions. And the second thought that I have is, I get that you're trying to keep your specials numbers manageable in terms of how you're doing that, but are you really going to consolidate your science and math? Are you going to have a bigger class for all of those subjects so that you avoid having a difficult scheduling where you put 2 classes into an art class, or 2/3, a class and a half into an art class at the same time, and then gym? I know there's a cost. I know that there's a financial cost. I'm one of the people that's going to pay that. But I would encourage you, those are the ways you can make the biggest difference in your school, is the teacher position over everything else. And I know you guys are so tight and had to work really hard to get there. The other thing that I'll point out to you, the budget that has expanded out of your control is your SU budget. And if you're trying to find the money, start looking there. Instead of cutting Weathershield's budget all the time, look at what we're paying to the SU, because it went up $250,000 a few years back and it's never come back down. Start looking there. Do we need the data position that we're going to fund? That's a 3rd Wethersfield, or however, not exactly, but you break out, or a 4th, when you break out all your budgets and fund the SU, Like those positions in the supervisor unit central office, that's the teacher there too. So look at all of those first before you decide. I really push you, hire it. I know, because your numbers are going up right now, and I think they're going to keep going up this summer as people continue to move into the area. And I get it's an expense, and nobody wants to start the way that where you're already behind your budget. But that's the biggest difference you can make for these kids, is having that teacher, so you can keep your class size smaller. And I'd much prefer them to have a couple more kids in gym class together or in art class than to have now you're saying 27 or whatever, but it could be 35 by the time you get to school starting next year. On my road alone, I can tell you there have been 3 new families that have moved in the last couple months, and one of them, they're still remote. They're not remote, they're homeschooling, right? So you don't even know your numbers yet. So I'd encourage you to be prepared to have more kids come in. Don't try to cut it close right now. I think I would really push you guys to find a way to get the teacher in and split it. I know it has financial ramifications, but that's the biggest thing you can do to support your school, is make sure you have your actual teachers in there.
Thank you, Ethan. Does anyone else have anything to add to the 7th grade teacher discussion? I guess I would ask David, so we're sure that there's no possible COVID funding for this position?
Angie, I don't know. I mean, we haven't, we haven't submitted the ESSA, grants yet. I don't know whether it's, we're taking another look at this or not. I mean, I know when we went through this the last time, we were actually pretty darn close. I mean, do you know, Angie, whether or not there's any wiggle room in there at all?
What I'd like to say is I think that we need to have a discussion about it, because the board here has identified this as a need. I think Ethan's argument is compelling, just based on the move-ins for this year. And I think we have to think about it and look at it more carefully and study it more. Nothing has been submitted, so of course there is room to consider it seriously.
Yeah, and one of the things we do know is that in our needs study, in our data report, and some of this came from the teachers, that high on the list was class size. I mean, it was clearly that when you're trying to do recovery work, when you're trying to do, place-based integrated work, when you're trying to, have, project-based work, as Jay said earlier, the class size does make a difference. And your policy does state that you focus first on the elementary, but I think you can advocate, given where we are right now, that's a big number at the middle level. And Jean and I talked about this in the last couple of days. It came up during the local scheduling piece, that we were concerned about that number. One of the things that we haven't mentioned yet, and or maybe you did, Jean, and I missed it, but if we were to hire that middle level teacher, granted we'd have some issues around specials, but I tend to agree with what is said here. I know you're pretty good about figuring out ways to combine things, but the bigger issue, I think, was not waiting too long till we got out with advertisements, because this is, we're getting beyond hiring season now, so it gets tricky. So I know it's a priority, and Jean and I talked about it as late as today, in preparation for the board meeting tonight. And I also wonder, if we hired that middle level teacher and we're able to divide that big group up, whether we'd need all 3 of those paraprofessionals, or whether you and I talked about that. Maybe we wouldn't need one of them, which could be an offset to some of that cost. So instead of 60,000, you might be able to reduce that by the cost of a support staff member, which would be 30,000. But again, I think, some of this is going to be Jean Marie sitting with, I know Laura and Christina have done an enormous amount of work around the schedule and Jean is certainly involved, and I think it's talking with them. We can go back into the ESSA funds and take a look based on some of the advocacy tonight, but also that middle level team. I mean, I heard what Diana said. I heard what Jay said. It's a question of whether or not, you want to make sure whatever we do, it helps and doesn't make it worse. That's the key. I know you do. Jean's talked about the fact we do have space up there. We have another classroom. I think you do, right, Jean? Did you tell me you have another classroom upstairs?
We actually have the pause room available to us, and we have the Spanish room because we cut the Spanish program.
Yeah.
So we do have a room.
Yeah, we have the space. So Ann, I think in terms of, and I see Mark's hand is up. I think in terms of board action tonight, I mean, I think you could authorize, Jean and I to go back and look for funding to try to alleviate, some of that numbers, issue at the middle level, and we'll do that. You could cap it, and say not to exceed local dollars of, and I don't think it has to be 60 or 70,000. I think with that para trade-off, and one of those paras, as Jean said, is already going to leave, we think, and very talented, but she has a bachelor's degree and she qualifies for a couple of other things in the district that pay more. And why wouldn't she take care of her family? I don't blame her at all. So, but maybe we don't replace that para, and maybe we hire a middle level teacher instead and try to reduce those numbers. And that could be reading. I liked what Jay said. I mean, reading can easily augment a lot of the curriculum areas. But if you want to authorize Jean and I to continue to look at it and set a cap, I'd be glad to do that. And maybe, again, we can revisit the ESSER funding. I'm not opposed to that. It was on
Mark, you have your hand up?
Yeah. This is bordering on a problem with transparency, just as far as perception. We keep going back to I understand there are 3 parts to the ESSER funds, but we keep going back and forth between the ESSER funds are they're submitted, they're spoken for, and there's no ESSER funds left and they can't be had, or we're going back and forth and back and forth. And I have no allegations or anything like that. I'm just saying, as far as optics, it's really unclear to me, and I suspect to a lot of other people, that this funding source seems fluid. And I like I said, I understand that it's in 3 parts, but it seems like most of the people I talk to seem to think that this is done, this is over with, and it's not a funding source because it's not in the plan. And then we turn around and a moment later it is. So I don't even it's more a word of caution than it is a plea for an explanation. I think we have to be really careful about the specifics of the language of how we're talking about this money. I understand it's something that's fluid and it keeps moving around. But I'm just really unclear about the timeline of it. And to the point of the middle school teacher, absolutely. If it's a possibility of using ESSER funds, I will make that motion right now that I'd like you guys to look at using some of the ESSER funds for that. So,
yeah, so Mark, let's just be clear about the optics, because I understand this is, we've talked about this at the supervisory union level, and Angie was going to report out, as she said earlier, at the supervisory union level around, the needs assessment, the recovery plan, and the accompanying ESSER monies. The ESSER monies which is a 3-year rollout. That application has not been submitted, right? But what I will tell you about the ESSER monies is it comes to what is now designated in the state as the LEA. The supervisory union is the LEA. The monies come through the supervisory union. So that means that we have to get everybody around a table, which we've been doing. We've had several meetings, about these ESSER funds. Matter of fact, I think one day we took a whole morning and that was our preliminary or our beginning meeting. I think that's when Jean brought her list. So it's not so much that the money's fluid, the money's fixed, but the uses as they tie to our recovery plan and as they tie to our strategic plan, that's what's been a little bit fluid, and no decisions have absolutely been made and nothing's been submitted to the AOE yet. But I mean, that's, I don't know what that does for the optics, but that's just the plain truth. So when I ask Angie, is there any wiggle room, because she's the keeper of the spreadsheet, she's been doing a lot of facilitating around this with all the administrators, and so that's why I defer to her. But if you want the motion, I don't think you need to make a motion about going back and revisiting the ESSER funds. You can certainly do that, but we just have to understand that there are a lot of players around that table that have to make that decision. I think, as Angie said, there's been some compelling arguments. Jean and I have been talking about this for the last couple of days since starting to put the schedule together, and I didn't like the 3rd grade numbers and I didn't like the middle school numbers. So I think that's a valid point. But there are a lot of players that have to, agree to that as we move forward.
Well, I think that definitely we'd like for you guys to do that, to work on that.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
And then at our next meeting, we can go over what you've come up with, and if there are additional monies needed from the school itself, then we will have to discuss that at that meeting.
Plus, you're going to get a much more detailed report from Angie, and certainly I'll support her in that report. And so will all the administrators, at the SU meeting, which will be before your next meeting. But again, you have solid membership, as was pointed out tonight, on that SU board. So we'll look over that plan. We'll look over some of those pieces. Angie, one quick question I had, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but do we have a full-time data manager in the ESSER funds for next year? I think your volume is off.
No, we don't. What we did was we have the assistant recovery coordinator position that we were looking at as taking on some of those duties of the data coordinator. I have to tell you, the reliance on data, the requirements to supply data is just seems to has become more and more emphasized. We have to provide a data inventory for our consolidated federal program, even for FY22, even though we have all this data for our needs assessment for ESSER.
With this money comes a lot of reporting requirements.
There's a lot of, it's still federal funds, as we were reminded today in our physical monitoring visit from the AOE. The ESSER funds are still federal funds, and as such, they require certain things that we have to do in order to make sure to assure that we are spending them responsibly.
But we can certainly go back to that table based on tonight's conversation. And matter of fact, tomorrow we have an administrative team meeting. We meet every week, and ESSA has been a big part of those meetings. So we'll just continue, and you'll stay tuned. I don't think that needs a motion. The only thing that would need a motion is if you were going to commit public monies to that position. But what I'm hearing is I don't hear anybody ready quite to do that yet until we report back.
Yeah. Does that satisfy you, Jean Marie? I know you were hoping for a more definite answer.
No, I think that's fair. Not only would I like to meet with my administrative team to talk about ESSER funds, but I'd like to talk with my middle level team and my scheduling team to see, because if if by chance we find funding, then I know, because I looked it up tonight, I know that there's a $25,000 amount that's for the para position. And if we split, I won't need a para. So there's 25,000. So if we could find some other funding sources, then it's possible we could have a 5th middle level teacher. And it won't be too extraordinary for the board to absorb or for Brian to be responsible for.
Yeah, Brian?
Kristen,
Yeah.
you have your hand up? Christine?
Yeah, I was just going to try to help Mark understand the funding for ESSER, and maybe this will help. It helps me think about it. We have a plan and we have spent all the money. It's been spent. There might be a tiny bit left over, but it's tied to positions, and we don't know how much people are going to cost. And we have a rough idea, and we don't know if we're going to fill all the positions that we have budgeted for. So there is some wiggle room there when those things become finalized. And then there's some money in there for other things that are going to help with recovery that aren't tied to positions. So there's some flexibility there to change those budgeted items. So I just wanted to try to explain it so it might be more transparent. It is planned. The money is pretty much spent, but there is flexibility in some of the things that are in those line items. Does that make sense?
So we definitely know what we might do.
We definitely know what we might do. Yeah.
So
we have a plan.
I do want to mention that on that wish list was a health teacher. And we know that we can't afford a health teacher, but there was talk of us sharing a position with Windsor. And I know that David is working on that separately. We talked about that today, that it could end up being a nutritionist / health person that might be able to work with the special schedule so that we are adding one more person that way. And they're supporting the middle level through health and nutrition. And that's not final. There's like no one person, but we're looking at the possibility of that position. And David, would that be ESSER funds? Where would those funds come from?
That's a good question. I don't think that's in the ESSER budget right now. Do we have a health position in the ESSER budget, Angie? No.
Okay.
No. So that would have to come through, sort of staff trade-offs and looking at who we've hired and as Christine just described. But no, that's not an ESSER position.
Okay, then forget it.
Forget it. Forget that position.
Okay, Ethan?
Sorry if I mute. Thank you. Here's my strong suggestion. There's been already, like Mark brought it up, and there's all this confusion. I would really encourage you guys to get your spreadsheet, even if it's in draft form, and your budget for the ESTA funds to the school boards first, so that then the members of the school boards who are members of the SU board have the information, can get input from all of the school board and take it when they're representing that school board and the community with the SU. They can get feedback on that budget. But it's pretty clear right now, it seems to me, that at least the Wethersfield members of the SU board, or the school board at least of the Wethersfield, don't really have a great, haven't been presented in very much detail of how that's planned to be spent. And yet it sounds like maybe there's already planned to almost spend it all. And I'm not sure how we got there. So what I would really suggest is, you guys are entitled, like Mark asked for, you're the people running the ship. So you guys should have that first, and give your priorities and your input, and they should be building it around what you're asking for and what your priorities are. So if you haven't seen those numbers, in my opinion, they shouldn't even exist. You guys are the people that do that, right? And then, so Mark, if you're our SU member, you can take that when you go to the SU meeting and you say, hey, I've seen this. Here's what my board would like to see. We're prioritizing, and we think, for example, that having a teacher so we don't have 30 kids in this class is going to help us more than adding this other thing. So that's where our focus is. But if you don't know what is in there yet, you can't make a determination. So first of all, you can ask for that right now. We'd like to see the draft, not after you spend all the money, not after you've made all the final decisions. I'd like to see a spreadsheet tonight. It's a spreadsheet. You can email it right now. But ask them for that before your meeting. Secondly, there's a lot of talk, can we fit this position in the ESSA? I don't know how the ESSA program, I'm sure it's very complicated how the grant works. You don't need to fund this position with ESSA. You need to fund any position at Weathersfield that can offset this position with ESSA. So look at anything that would qualify for ESSA that you're planning to do next year. See if you can fund that, and then you get your position. Don't tie it to just this, this one position that's coming in. Find any way you can to offset any costs you know you're going to have next year so that you can get there. But really, you're entitled to see this. This is public. You're the board. So ask them for it now, hold them to it, and then when you get to the SU board, you can advocate for Weathersfield, hey, this is what we need. Before you add this, please give us our teacher that we need first.
Okay. Thank you, Ethan. Yes, I did ask for it, and I'm sure Angie will get it to me as soon as she can. But yeah, the sooner the better, for sure. Definitely, I would like to see it before the meeting.
Angie had her hand up. Did you still have?
Yeah, Angie, did you want to respond?
Oh, no, maybe not.
I think everything that Ethan's saying is absolutely the way that I'm thinking about it. And I think as a team, we've been thinking about it. I do apologize that we're just not ready to, it's such a fluid document right now. It would be not responsible for us to share it until we have more information about what we want to do. It is the plan. It is my plan to have the recovery plan written and presented to the board. Our SU board meeting, I think, is the 24th, David, or the 30th? I can't remember. I know it's in a few weeks. And at that time, we'll have provided the board with the recovery plan and the budget detail so that they can see. It's very much a working document right now. And so I'm sorry that I wasn't prepared to share that with y'all tonight. We did share our needs assessment, which does talk about the different ways that we want to spend the money.
Okay, thank you, Angie. Okay, I know we did have a couple other comments with regard to the recovery plan about other topics than the 7th grade teacher. I believe Jessica had something she wanted to say. Jessica Wilcott?
Wilmot, it's
Wilmot.
okay.
Sorry,
though,
Wilmot.
I do have a question though, and I'm not a taxpayer in Weathersfield, and I'm just a teacher. But I do have a question about the recovery plan being presented. After it's presented, are there going to be able to, are boards going to be able to make cuts and change the recovery plan as they see fit?
I don't, the way I look at it, Jessica, I don't think it would be healthy to have the supervisory union board members sit around and haggle over that money. We're the professionals. We have the technical expertise. We're involving all the voices from the administrative team. Certainly, if there are questions or concerns at that point, we can address those. But it'll be, it'll be in pretty much final SU form, which is why the SU board will be the one that approves it and adopts it. I mean, it's not like, hey, I'll take one middle school teacher. Why don't you give up? And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but we don't want to go there. That's why the SU board and the local board hire competent people and they let them do what they've got to do. And I know Angie has worked her tail off on this, and so have all the other administrators that are in this district, and they represent, they represent their schools well. But yeah, I think the answer is no. It's not like they can. I mean, they can certainly make suggestions and give us advice, but I would say no to, I move to cut this, I move to cut that. I hope that doesn't happen, to be honest with you. I hope by the time we get there, we're in better shape than that.
Angie?
The AOE has been very clear to remind us that our ESSER, our recovery plan is a fluid document, because as we move into recovery and we learn more about what's working and what's not working, we'll be able to adjust those plans for our needs. And also, as we gather more data, and see what's working and not working. So the plan itself is very, very fluid as well.
Thank you, Angie. Ethan, is that your hand still up or is that a new hand?
Yeah, it's my hand. Thank you. So I think that was a great question to ask, Jessica, and it pointed it right out there. And I just want to stress the budget, when you guys figure out how to spend your finances, it is not for you guys to advocate that position, to give it to the central office to say, you guys figure it out, and then we'll get presented to it the same night that we have to approve it, whatever. You guys are the ones that set the budget, and it starts with the school board, then their representatives go to the SU. Completely not okay for them to refuse to give you their working documents. We have technology now, they could have a Google sheet you could all see as it's developing, and it's okay if it's not final, it's okay if it's a living document, it's okay if it's going to change 1,000 times. It's not irresponsible to let the people who are responsible to the taxpayers know what is going on and what the plan is. In fact, that's how it should work. And then there should be input so that lots of minds can say, oh, I have a better idea how we can do this or that. Not to wait until the last minute, spring it on you. It's too late. There's no more time to hire people because it's too late. You guys need to be involved, and you're entitled to be involved in this. So I know they said, yeah, they'll get it to you. They already have a spreadsheet. That's why they keep deferring to her. You can see it now. She could have sent it to you during this entire meeting. There's no reason to wait, except because it gives up control back to the people who are supposed to have control, which is the school boards and then the supervisory board made up of the school board members. So please keep pushing, ask for that. Mark, you are entitled to understand completely because you are the one, right? You are one of those members that we elected to be on our school board, and then you got picked to be on this SU board. And everybody's relying on you. We can't get that stuff. You can. But you're letting them wait until it's too late to give you the information. So demand it. And if they won't give you the information, let's work with people that will. They are working at your bequest. We need to advocate here because it's going to be too late if you wait until they set it, right? And you realize, oh, you know what? We ended up with this program, which we're going to try out. But man, we could have really used a teacher. Right? And that's like the biggest thing you can have as a teacher, and keep your class size manageable, right? And that's what you're struggling for right now. It's completely not okay. And I think some of you maybe, I don't know how long you've been on boards, but you are the captain of the ship here, and they keep keeping you on the sidelines. I would love to see you guys make them say, no, we're not proceeding here. I need these documents in order for us to be prepared for any meeting. Otherwise, you're going to keep getting ambushed and you're going to be confused, and you should be the people that can explain it to all your constituents. That's the position that you're in. You should be able to explain it to us. The board members should be able to explain to us, hey, here's what we got. Here's what we advocated for, and here's how it's coming out, right? It's not up to somebody else in central office to create all this. You set the budgets with input from your schools and your staff of what they need.
Okay. Thank you, Ethan. Jamie?
I'm just curious, who from Wethersfield was part of the admin team that had involvement in the conversations regarding the funds?
Yeah, it's basically been the administrative team up until this point. You heard Jean say that she's been to meetings. She presented her $300,000 worth of wants and needs. I mean, we've all been involved, administratively as part of that team. This is not a community-based effort. This is not it's not a board-based effort. In all due respect to Ethan, this is a supervisory union initiative. It's directed by the AOE to the supervisory union. Angie and I, and Katie, quite frankly, on this call, we answer to the supervisory union board. That's why Angie's going to report to that supervisory union board. Any information we can provide to the supervisory union board ahead of time, as Ethan said, we're going to make every effort to do that. But we wouldn't send that out to one board and not another board. It's a supervisory union effort by direction. And that's why we've been doing it the way we've been doing it and trying to keep all the players involved.
Okay. Ethan, your hand's still up, or okay. Do we have any other discussion regarding the recovery plan right now?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. It was still up. So we know, it's like, Mark, I'm going to call you out because I know that you're on this and stuff. Has this gone through you? And I know what he just said, that it's supervisory union. I get how it works. Dave and I have gone back years, right? The supervisory union is made up of your school board. That is who the supervisory union board is. It is members of each school board that are on that supervisory union board. I don't know which ones of you are other than, I believe, Mark, okay? So Mark, like, you should be in this. And the comment about you can't share it with one school, I'm not saying share it with just Wethersfield. Share it with all of the school boards. They should have been involved. And to hear that they haven't been is very upsetting to me. And especially, I could maybe hear a defense of, well, we just shared it with the members of the SU board, and they have been throughout it, but you didn't even do that. So they should have those. Mark, you're absolutely entitled to have those. And you should be sharing them with your school board so your school boards can give you input, because we're all stronger when we have input from other people. We have lots of minds looking at it to find solutions to this. The only advantage of doing it this way is to keep out public input and to keep out individual town input, and so that the control for the process can be held by the central office. But that's not how this is supposed to work. You have a supervisory union board, and that is the governing body. So it's got to be that board doing it, not that they all look the other, that because they don't have access to the information, central office makes all the calls and then hands it to them from rubber stamp. It's not how it works. It's no different than the school board having governance over Wethersfield School. The SU board has governance over the supervisory union. So Mark, I'm begging you, man, make them give you this spreadsheet. They really should have given it to you now. And there's no reason that you don't get it tonight. And then you can share it with people and say, okay, guys, here's what we got. What do we want to do with this? And it shouldn't have just been Jean Marie was prepared and showed up with 300,000. That's great. Out of 4 million, there's a lot of information not being presented as, okay, well, that was 200,000. Where the heck is, what the plan is? So stay on it now, because we have to make decisions on whether we're hiring somebody before you're out of hiring season. And you could have that information and should have had it as it was developing the whole way through.
Okay. Thank you, Ethan. Meredith.
Thank you. As a former board member of many different boards, I would too be pushing at this point for this information for liability reasons. If someone were to come up to you and ask you where that money went and you can't answer that, that's not a great place to be in as a board member with responsibility of these funds. Also,
just so you guys know, the Wethersfield School Board has no responsibility for these funds. This is the SU board that has responsibility for these funds. We have no say in these funds. The money was not given to the Wethersfield School District. It was given to the SU.
Okay. And my second thought is that this type of decision making is setting maybe precedent for some future decisions that might be made, that might be handed down by the supervisory union board. I think it's time to maybe change the course on how decisions are made that affect Wethersfield.
Okay, thank you, Meredith. Mark?
Okay, in the interest of progress, David, Christine, Angela, what do you recommend as far as a document being provided to all the members of the Wethersfield School Board to peruse before the SU board meeting, so that those of us that sit on the SU board, can accurately represent the Wethersfield board?
That was the intention, Mark.
Not just
Sorry,
our
Anne Marie.
I would say not just our school district, but all of them. Everybody should get a copy.
Yes, that was the intention when there was the recovery plan and the spreadsheet to share. For feedback and input.
Okay. Thank you, Angie. Is that good, Mark? I think.
So the recovery plan goes to the entire Wethersfield School Board, not just the SU reps, correct?
I don't know what Angie's plan was. Was that your plan, Angie, to send it to all school board members prior to the SU board meeting?
geez, I think my mute button got stuck. Just like I sent the needs assessment to all board members in every district, that is exactly what I intended to do, because I fully believe that all the voices are necessary to make sure that we are on track with our investments and how we think that we should spend this money collectively.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, does anyone have anything more to say about the recovery plan, or can we move on?
No, I was also going to say the good news about, the recent SU meetings, because, so much does get funneled, from the state through the SU, is that all the administrators have been attending those meetings too. So it's a good place to get that voice around that table. And I assumed, I didn't want to say it, I assumed that was Angie's plan, that would go out much like the needs assessment went out, and then we'd have a conversation and discussion about it.
Mark, is your hand still up? Okay. Okay, well, I'm sure that Angie will get that to us as soon as she can, and we look forward to seeing it. Next up is graduation, but I think, did you have more to add to that, Jean Marie, or because you already told us about it, but.
Yeah, other than just remind everybody, it's June 8th, 4 o'clock. Jim Taft and his crew, if it's outside, will be marking pods so that families will be together in a pod. The only people that'll be sitting will be the graduates. So we envision a large area of the athletic field being used. We're going to ask faculty and staff to line the aisles. So when our graduates come down, there'll be a podium. So when our graduates come down, they'll go to their seats. Because we're doing the awards assembly earlier the week before, that will take about 30 minutes away from the program. So we're anticipating the actual graduation to be about 30 minutes. Because of COVID restrictions, we can only have individually wrapped food. And I know that Susan Hindinger is making cupcakes for all the graduates. So there'll be a grab and go bag for the graduates. And we've asked Craig, our food service manager, to provide other things that are in the form of grab and go, so that everyone can leave the graduation with something to eat. So the actual ceremony, depending, if it thunders or lightnings, we have to wait 45 minutes before we can have it, in which case we might move it inside. So we have a block of probably 4 to 6, maybe 6:30 that we'll utilize depending on the weather, depending on if we have to move it inside, depending on a, thunder or lightning storm. But again, I want to remind everyone, it's COVID. It's not going to look the same. And we just have to be mindful of that. I hope next year we're at regular times and everything is back to the way it was. And if that happens, then what a celebration it'll be. But until that time, we will be following COVID restrictions. We want everyone wearing masks, whether they're outside or inside. And social distancing will be hard outside because you'll be in family pods. But when you're outside at the family pod, if you could social distance, that keeps everyone safe.
Thank you, Jean Marie. Next up is the review of the test scores. That's you, Jean Marie.
So I sent the report to the school board maybe a couple weeks ago, I think. And, I'm going to cut to the chase. I love data, so I love playing with that data. I look at every single student's test scores. Now, but I could tell you at least 60% of them right now. They just seem to pop in my head. But how I did the analysis, I used what was called a composite score. I could have done a mean, median, and mode. I did do an average. I did it by grade. If you look at the data, I have it here, but I think I can pull from my memory. Any student who scored between 1 and 25 points fell in the red. And that's 1 when you look at our performance-based rubric. So 1 means at risk. If they scored between, I think it's 26 and 40, that's a gold. And that means you're almost there. Remember, we use a growth mindset, and we're not quite there to meet the standard, almost there. If they scored between 41 and, I want to say 60, they're in the blue, that means you met the standard. Now remember, this is for reading and for math. And if you met the Common Core standard, you're golden. And if you fell, if your score was 62 to, I want to say 99, then you were in the green. And that meant you exceeded the expectations, you exceeded the standard. So then I did a mean average for all of our in-person kids and for all of the kids who took the test who were remote. And if you look at that data, you may have it in front of you. I believe in reading, the first 4 grades, the average was in the green. And in math, I think we're talking about, maybe it's the first 5. If we have 9 grades. So kindergarten knocked my socks off. And I would say kindergarten through grade 3, I think, scored in the green. And then everybody else scored in the blue, which on an average, it doesn't mean we don't have kids that need, we do, but we're looking at a mean score. And if you go to the math, you'll find that, I want to say the first 4 grades, K through 3, also fell in the blue, and then the upper grades fell in the green, and the upper grades fell in the blue. So by and large, I was a little bit surprised at how well we did with Track My Progress. I expected there to be wide gaps in children's learning because of the last year and a half. When I went into the individual scores, it's my job as a principal to know each and every child. And I think those scores were pretty indicative of some of their disabilities, some of their struggles with learning. And so we've got to get better at that. That's the gap that we need to close. That's the achievement gap you hear us talk about. And I do know that that data was sent and used for the summer program. And it sounds like what Katie said today, maybe we'll have 20 kids in that program. I know I sent 45 kids in all, and that's from both kids who fell 40th percentile and below in January in either reading or math or both, and 40% and below in April. So we've got some kids who have gaps in their learning. And I will say that I know when we started to do the needs assessment at the administrative level, I take that kind of thing very seriously. And I looked at a number of things, from attendance to report card grades to a criterion referenced assessments. I started to look at writing and track my progress. So there was a myriad of data available to me in Wethersfield that really helped me understand where our gaps are. And so I think that's true in all schools in the supervisory union. I think all of our educational leaders take this very seriously and really tease it out so they're clear about what the needs are. And I think the recovery plan will point to those needs. Any questions on Track My Progress? I think I could answer any of them. Go ahead, ask me.
I was curious, now are these weighted for this year? Like, are they lower standards than previous years, or are these the same standards that are used every year?
This is a nationally normed test, and it is the exact same standards. So you can imagine how surprised I was that we did so well. Now, we still have kids that did not do well, but we have some brilliant kids in our school. And, you know, that lifted the boats. That tide lifted all the boats when you start looking at mean scores. And that's fine when I'm reporting, when I'm reporting to you, that should help you feel good about Weathersfield. But because we don't reveal anything that's confidential. But when I look at individual scores, I see where the needs are, because we do have kids who do fall in the red and who do fall in the gold and deserve to have extra help.
Diana, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Anne Marie. I'd like to say the same thing that Jean Marie said. Is I was happy with our Track My Progress scores this year. I am unfortunately similar to Mrs. Oakman in certain ways. I like to see the numbers, and it was great to see. And I was able to go to some middle level students and say, hey, guess what? You went up 20 points or you went up 10 points. But I'm also mindful too of the ones who are struggling. And it also gave me some good information. We're going to be practicing them next week before the SBAC, but it showed me some weak areas that the graders had on TMP, so I can go over the irrational numbers or make sure I stress about positive and negative and the order of operations. So I really like the Track My Progress. It's not for all students and for all staff members, but I was pleasantly surprised considering what everybody's been through. So thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Does anyone else have anything to add to the test scores?
This is Jess Wilmot. It's also just in reading and math. So I think that it's important to put out there that we don't test in science and social studies on Track My Progress. And because we've had a shortened day, we've had to really concentrate on reading and math.
Interesting. Would the social studies or science teacher like to add, like, what, just anecdotally, what you've noticed, if you feel like your students are behind or on track? Or
I teach all subjects. I would say that in social studies, we just haven't gotten to the same standards that I wanted to get to this year. And with science, I'm hoping that we finish our last science unit during the weeks of SBAC testing to give them more fun activities in the afternoon, well, the after lunch time, I shouldn't say afternoon. But it's definitely not the depth and breadth you'd want with the shortened day.
Okay. I guess we have a big topic now coming up that I know a lot of people are here at the meeting about. This has to do with the scheduling of the school day. First of all, does somebody want to go over exactly what the new schedule is going to look like or is planned to look like?
Yeah, let me just kick this off here, and certainly we can answer any questions that that we might want to answer. I think the reason why this year for some people, felt a little bit different, really two reasons. One was that we're still dealing with COVID restrictions, but the truth is the bigger reason is that this is the first year that we've had contract language, right? Unified contract language for the school day. So that means that whatever the day looks like, not down to when a child goes to specials or when a child has math or reading, but in terms of the parameters of the workday, that is outlined now in our master agreement for the first time ever on a supervisory union level. So that means whatever those parameters are in Weathersfield, they have to be the same in Heartland, they have to be the same in Windsor, and they have to be the same in Albert Bridge. And so that created quite a challenge for us because that was the first time we ever did this. I mean, in the old days, we've been talking a lot about maybe the old days tonight, but Weathersfield under Jean Marie's direction could develop their schedule and they could work on an arrival time. And matter of fact, there was a time when not all schools arrived at the same time or left at the same time. So there were differences. This year, we had that challenge. And so what we did, because it's what I like to do when you have a challenge like that, is we got a scheduling task force together that was represented by teachers and administrators from every building. There were 22 people on that committee, including the administrative team, which represented about 7 or 8 of them. And I want to thank tonight Zach Shambo and Christina Hughes. I don't know if they're on right now or not, and Laura Powers. They did a great job, representing Weathersfield. But anyhow, to make a long story short, it was a challenge. That task force met probably 4 or 5 times. We meet from 1:30 to 4:30, which was off work hours. So we did pay a small stipend for people to be a part of that task force. I'm sorry, Emily Stevens. Thanks, Jean Marie. I knew there was a fourth Weathersfield representative. And so we really started right from scratch, and we wanted to look at, okay, what were the things that worked this year for the schedule, and what are some of the things that didn't work? And we compiled that list because of it's a fairly late hour, so I'm not going to go over that list. But essentially, there were the kinds of things that we agreed on that were positive opportunities this year, like less transitions. Teachers seem to really like, at least with the younger kids, lunches in the classroom. Being able to circle those pods and keep the class sizes down around a group of kids. Some of the things we talked about tonight. So we spent probably the first week or two just talking about those particular things, and then we got into some templates and protocols for what a schedule could look like, given the COVID restrictions and given the fact that we have some contract parameters for a 7.5-hour workday for teachers. And so essentially, the description that I gave in my weekend update, I think it was the weekend before last, is the schedule, the template for the schedule that we came up with, which shows an arrival at between 7:15 and 8 o'clock, generally around 7:50, and then we had 3 core instructional blocks that were going to be, I think, anywhere about an hour and a half in length, and this was for middle school looks a little different than the elementary school, and then the younger grades, and then because we think we are going to be facing some of those spacings and distancing restrictions, we also felt that it's a long day for teachers and it's a long day for students as well. So there was some effort to still shorten the day, but not shorten the day for teachers because we have that contracted time, but use that time after 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 2:15 in the afternoon for the kinds of professional development activities and support activities, planning activities, collaborative activities that teachers need. It's hard to squeeze those into a day. Every teacher gets their personal planning time, but if you're going to ask teachers to build integrated units, if you're going to ask them to make sense out of trauma-informed classrooms, if you're going to ask them to do work around collaborative problem solving, you've got to give teachers time to do that work. So that's what that 2:15 to 3:15 slot within the 7.5-hour workday is. It's to do some of those collaborative pieces. So that's how the schedule was developed, and that's how it. Then what happened with that template is those teachers went back, or those representatives went back, and with their building principals, they built the local schedules, and that's more about what we talked about tonight. The special schedule, where different subjects are going to be taught, and that's, quite frankly, that's still a work in progress at the building level. I think the buildings are still trying to work that out. Some of it has to do with staffing, as you heard tonight, right? Because you try to sort that all out. But I think that as a unified school day and as a supervisory union, we're a little ahead of the game. I remember last year we had a task force that met all summer. We weren't able to really release the final schedule until it was probably a week or two before school started. But I think the task force worked really well. I think the input was strong and good. Not everybody gets everything that they want, but I think everybody got some of what they wanted. And I think it's going to, and again, it's a transitional schedule for next year where we anticipate some continued COVID conditions. Is it a schedule that we'll have right through 2025 or 2030? I won't know because I won't be here. But I think 1 year at a time, we take this, we put the best minds and brains around the table, and we try to figure it out. And that's what we did, and that's how we came up with that schedule. And it has to be a unified school day, and it has to be a unified school year by contract. So if anybody has any questions, I know a lot of people hung around. I think I'm just assuming they hung around to hear this part of the presentation. I don't think Jean's at a place right now where she can share a detailed schedule with you yet, but I think she's getting pretty close to that. I don't think, she and I talked about this before, I don't think, she's ever shared a detailed schedule when this class goes to art or when this class goes to music. I think that's something that the board has just trusted her with, and I trust her with, and she's got some great help this year in Zachary and Laura and Christina. So, that's kind of how we got to where we are with the school schedule right now.
Okay. I guess something that I know a lot of people on the call are concerned about is the shortened day for students, given that we're looking to catch them up. It just doesn't seem to make sense that you would have less time when you're trying to teach more.
Yeah. Well, when you go to the pre-COVID conditions, right, and you look at more transitions, and I think that's why this group, the group that worked on the scheduling, wanted to keep the transitions to a minimum, is that when you've got kids traveling from point A in a building to point B in a building, you do end up with some downtime, and so we looked at that, and I think sometimes it's not more is more, but less is more. And I think if we're focused on instruction, and we do have certainly the recovery work through the summer, and we add those interventionists, we're adding a full-time special educator to Wethersfield next year. I think that from what we could see, and there are a couple of other administrators on the line here tonight too, because they worked hard on this schedule. It wasn't just the Wethersfield staff. We had staff across the SU who did that. But I think when you count, when you look minute for minute in terms of the concentrated time that students will be actively engaged, I don't think you're going to see that much of a difference. And also, we need to do that development work with teachers, because we don't want to just tell teachers or say to teachers, we want you to team teach. We want you to do integrated work, and not provide the necessary time for them to collaborate and the necessary time to be trained. So I think sometimes that kind of work, I think it enhances the instruction of students. I do know that some questions have come up about after-school programming. It's my hope that the restrictions will be such next year that we will be able to get back to some of that after-school programming. What that'll look like, I'm not, Jean and I, and certainly Brian, when he arrives, haven't decided on that yet. But remember, it wasn't so much a desire or a will that kept us from doing the pause program or any other after-school recovery. It was much more around COVID. I hope the restrictions are lifted enough that we might be able to do some of that next year.
Diana?
Thanks, Anne Marie. Jean Marie and Dr. Baker might already know my comments. So Laura and Christina and Zach were great about talking about the scheduling and being on that committee, and then they came back to us. And so I'd like to thank them on that. And Dr. Baker is correct. We, as the teachers, are obligated by our master agreement to do 7.5 hours in our day. And as you know, teachers put in more than that. But the thing that upsets me the most about this schedule is from 2:15 to 3:15, we are doing, I'm just going to say general PD, whether it's around Leader in Me, collaborative problem solving, anything like that. So as the middle level teacher, that was the time where I would have a set time with Susie every Monday to stay after and get math help. Or I had my math team, and Mrs. Redmond, you know this, and Mrs. Antonovich knows this too. I'd have my math team practices after school for an hour. So with this schedule, the way it's organized right now from 2:15 to 3:15, I can't have a student stay after school for math help. I can't have my math team practices. And also, I wonder where we're going to fit in, like if a parent calls, like Mrs. Redmond, if she calls and says, hey, I'd like to have a meeting with the middle level team. If we have something scheduled every day after school, are we supposed to schedule parent-teacher conferences at 3:15? If my new principal wants to meet with me, am I supposed to say I can meet with you after 3:15? I just think it's so booked that there's not that flexibility.
Actually, Diana, it's just the opposite. We want to make sure that most of those days are team-based and collaborative-based and building-based, so that if you had to meet with a parent, you could. If you had to collaborate around a unit, you could. I mean, there may be some, work that we have to do. I mean, I don't know how much more work we have to do on trauma-informed or collaborative problem solving, but I know when we looked at this and we talked about this at that task force level, most of that was team-based time, building-based time. It wasn't, SU directed time necessarily. So I think you're still going to be able to do some of that. I don't know about helping students after school. I mean, I think there may be a way, especially if we end up with some after school programming that can still go on. Again, some of it's going to be around the restrictions, but
like when would things like math team take place then, David?
Yeah, and I would think during that collaborative block there might be opportunities for math team to take place. I mean, I don't want to get into the minutia of how that day is going to be organized, but I think that I think hopefully there could be creative ways for those things to take place. Each building was going to be working out those details. So
So the PD time will professional development time that will be building based, not SU wide.
Well, exactly. that there'll be a mix, because some of the initiatives are SU wide, but we did talk about opening up a lot of those days for just building based and team based, activities. Whether those can involve students or not, I think we'd have to think through that. But again, I think you'll think through that with your building administrator. I'm not gonna, we're not gonna think through that tonight on this, at this public meeting. But I think we can. I think some of those things can be worked out.
Does that answer your questions, Diana?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Mr. Vila? I just can't call you Julian or Jay. I have to call you Mr. Vila.
Okay. Just don't call me late for supper. We are going to initiate a middle level model this year. And one of the cornerstones of it, and I shared a document with some of you, is in flexible scheduling. Innovative and flexible scheduling is one of the cornerstones of a middle school model. And I want to thank our task force. I think my colleagues did a great job, and as they always do. But I've got some very serious concerns as in agreement with Ms. Stilson on the schedule that we're seeing. The SU has asked that there's 3 cores, core 1, core 2, and core 3 in the schedule. And they've asked that science and math be together in core 1. That was a requirement, I was told. And that that reduces the flexibility in our schedule. That is the driving force behind some of the difficulty that the middle school team is having with the schedule, because that requirement reduces the flexibility. And some of the examples of that are none of the 6th grade students will have a content area class before 10 o'clock in the morning. They won't get math, science, ELA, social studies until after 10 o'clock. And this is driven by that core requirement. My students have 2 study halls in the morning. We do not have one available at the end of the day, as we should. Once you've had your lessons during the day and it's fresh in your mind and you need help, that's when you need to be able to go to your middle school teacher to their homeroom and receive some additional help. The belief was that it was going to reduce transitions, but it does not. It has just as many transitions as it did in the past. If you want to reduce transitions, as I formed the task force, you need to either A, have your first content area class in the homeroom, or your last class of the day be in your homeroom. That will reduce one transition every single day. It's foolish to go from my homeroom down, then go down to Miss Kusurik's ELA for her first class. Look, stay in science. You've just reduced one transition in your class. This schedule does not do that. You just as many as you did before. So I've got some serious concerns with that. What I would like to see from the SU level is them to release that requirement that math and science need to be in that same core block in the beginning of the day. Now, I understand it comes from a good place. They want Diana and I to be able to work together in innovative team teaching methods. And that's true. That is a wonderful idea. But we can still do that even if we're not side by side teaching. And if we can remove that component, that requirement, then we have flexibility in the schedule. Then we can move those study halls around. Then we can actually have some meet the needs of the children that we really need to address. And I talked to Christina with the scheduling. I said, Christina, look, I'm the homeroom 6th grade science teacher. I've got a 6th grade class. I don't have any study halls or any STEAM classes during the day with my kids. I have all the 7th graders. Mr. Santangelo, 7th grade teacher, he has all my kids. Why is that? Can we switch that? And she goes, no, we can't. Because of that science and math component locks us into a certain schedule. And when that is not what we want in the middle school model. It's about innovative and flexible scheduling. How can we do this best? Well, if we can get that released, gives us some flexibility in the schedule, then we have the ability to address the needs that we need. That's all. And I have some more, but I'm going to stop now because it's late. And I'm tired. I've got kids to deal with tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Vila.
Okay.
David, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I could just respond quickly. I mean, and again, thanks to Christina and Laura. I mean, they took on a lot with this, and they mapped out a template. I know that Jean Marie's working with them now on trying to, not necessarily finalize, but to continue to develop that schedule. I mean, I know we did talk about math science teaming, and we did talk about social studies and language arts teaming as we do those integrated units. And thank you for acknowledging that that goal is a good goal. If you can do that without locking those classes together, I mean, the schedule gets developed at the local level as long as it's within the parameters of what I just described. I mean, basically, we're talking about the arrival time, the time for leaving, and the time for some team-based, building-based collaboration. Those were the parameters. And I think it's going to be important for you to work out the details, not at a public meeting like we're trying to do tonight, but I think in your building. And then if there are questions or issues, Jean Marie has never been shy with me, and she'll get back to me and she'll let me know what those foibles are, and we'll work on it. And again, you had two very dedicated, elementary teachers who represented, not only the contractual issues, because, both Laura and Christina are also in union leadership, but they were trying to represent everybody in the building, and Zach Shambo too, and Emily. But again, I mean, I think that's important. And if there wasn't, well, I'll leave it at that. But just know that within those parameters of good collaboration, understanding that the integration, you've said it twice now tonight, Jay, we know what makes for a good middle level program.
Right.
If you can work that out, you're not locked into anything or required to do anything other than what Jean Marie tells you.
Excellent. Because I am all on board the middle school model.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I mean, I am. I think that is going to be amazing when we can get it. So if we have that flexibility, Dr. Baker, then then we can actually it gives us the ability to move things around to make it work better.
Yeah, I'm again, I don't want to get into the details tonight, but I think that would be something you could bring to Jean Marie and Christina and Laura, who did an enormous amount of work.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Jessica Wilmot. Sorry, I have such trouble with your last name.
I'll make sure to raise my hand enough that you remember it. So I have a couple things to say. One is I just want to clarify that Dr. Baker explained that there's a contractual problem that we have in the scheduling issue, in that the contract kind of impedes there to be like more flexibility. So I just want to clarify that that's true. Correct, Dr. Baker?
Yeah, no, I didn't say it was a problem. I said, a matter of fact, I think the board advocated for a unified school day. They wanted that, so that we didn't have
I
some
think your
people.
exact words, it was a challenge.
It was a chat. That's a better word. It was a challenge.
So to clarify, it's a contractual challenge.
Correct.
And I also want to point out that we have 9 half days in this schedule for PD, and then we have that extra hour and 15 minutes, which basically is putting us in a position of losing 250 hours out of the school year from pre-COVID time. And I don't want to look at the pre-COVID time as like the golden era of education, but I do want to point out to the myriad community members on this meeting that that is an excessive amount of time to lose when you're trying to recover learning. And as a teacher, I am very much troubled by having professional development, and I'm not saying it's not going to be good professional development. I love talking to my colleagues in the afternoon when we could be using that for teaching time. And again, pre-COVID at Wethersfield, the kids would leave their classrooms, and some of them would go to homework help and some of them would go to pause. And it was pretty seamless, and they had access to teachers who knew them, and they had community members in the building working with them with different activities like drama and other events. And I think that losing that time with the kids and not having access to those after school programs is going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge to recover that time. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jessica. David, did you want to respond to any of that, or?
No, I completely understand that. I think there are some things that we are going to definitely, we're going to have to definitely work on in terms of some of that after school programming and some of the ways to, but again, I wasn't dealing with just the Wethersfield staff. I was dealing with a group of 22 people around a table. It was a lot of fun, and it was a challenge. And again, this is no slight on Jessica, but a little late to that party, if you want to know what I mean. I mean, if they wanted an extra 20 minutes or half an hour on the school day, that could have been brought up. Not now, but back then. I'm not sure the kids can tolerate that in a masked and distanced environment, but I don't want to debate that. We talked a lot about that at this task force. And so I think that, yeah, there'll be some minutes lost. The hope is that not always is more. Sometimes less is more if it can be concentrated and can have a direction and a purpose. And again, some of those details are going to have to be worked out. I've met with Brian a couple of times too. Jean's been great and will continue to be great in terms of this work. She has a knack for schedules, but also I've been trying to keep Brian in the loop. We've met at least every other week. He knows some of what we're trying to accomplish. He's been to a couple of administrative team meetings. I mean, the challenges are going to be there for all of our principals next year to make this work. Not that that's important to this group tonight, but we're still in the middle of trying to work out the 9/12. We've already had 2 or 3 9/12 task force meetings because we have to work within those same parameters, extend their day.
I'm just going to cut you off a little bit. Sorry, David. So I kind of get the moving. And,
yeah, it's
so
late.
we've got a lot of hands up. I don't know if you saw, but there's a lot of people with comments.
No, I didn't.
Lizzie?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo, I mean, what Ms. Wilmot said is absolutely what I was going to voice. And mentioned that earlier when I clarified this agenda item that it is definitely about the instruction time and putting students first as to why I have a problem with the shortened day. I am an educator. I certainly support time for educators to have that time for collaboration and with other educators. But again, coming out of this pandemic with so much lost instruction time, I think that needs to be at the forefront. And then secondly, were parents ever considered as stakeholders in this decision? I mean, it has been over a year of immense stress to maintain the schedules that we've been maintaining. Speaking for my family, it's a 2-parent working family that we have had to bend ourselves in pretzels to make this work. So if we're going to be sticking with the shortened day, after school programming at Wethersfield has to be an absolute must because this just is not sustainable.
Thank you, Lizzie. Next up, we have Jeff.
Sorry, not Jeff, Lindsay. So as an educator from another district, Dr. Baker, we talk a lot in many districts about best practice. What best practice were you pulling from when you were shortening the academic day for students post-pandemic?
Well, actually, we're probably one of the only districts, Lisa, that went 5 days a week this year, right? We had not only shortened days, but we had school districts that weren't in at all on certain days, right? So we've been pretty proud of the schedule. And I think next year, matter of fact, I think pre-COVID, Wethersfield used to dismiss at 2:20, start dismissal around 2:25. Jean, when did you dismiss pre-COVID?
2:25.
Yeah. So I mean,
and when were the kids in the building?
What's that?
And what time did drop off starts? It now will start at 7:50. What time did it start before the pandemic?
Pre-COVID, I think.
We opened the building at 7 a.m. So when parents could drop their kids off, I provided supervision in the AP room, and we started breakfast at 7:15. Then we did walking club, and we had that artist in residence program on Wednesdays, dancing. So kids had choice, and at 10 of 8, our day began.
Same time, 7:50.
So the social emotional loss will be the breakfast time, the walking program, the movement program, longer blocks of instruction that do not provide time for students to get up and move. Am I correct in that?
Well, we hope not. I hope that's not the case because that's not the intent of this.
Okay, so when I hear reducing transitions, what I hear is longer instructional blocks, correct?
Definitely longer instructional blocks for more collaboration and teaming, but certainly breaks within those blocks and good instructional models for getting kids outside, getting them project-based. All of that movement is built right within. And by the way, there is a lot of research about how that works.
I'm aware. My next question would be about how this disproportionately affects the special education population. Have you considered about the shortened day and reducing teachers' ability to see students after school, how that disproportionately affects the academic recovery of your students on individualized education plans?
Well, I think we just proved that it's not that much of a shorter day, quite frankly, right? 7:50 to 2:15 versus 7:50 to 2:25, right? I mean,
including the denial of aftercare.
Well, that
forward.
After 2:25, there was the pause program. I'm hoping we can do that. But
30 minutes a day times 175 days a year is 5,250 minutes divided by 6.5 hours, 6 hours a school day. So we're reducing the access to educational minutes significantly across the length of the year. We're also possibly reducing, we're not certain, there is no plan for what after school will look like because you can't make a plan because of the AOE.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you considered not only will students not be able to possibly stay after school, many students were going straight from pause to some form of, if it was in season, sports. ensuring that students who perhaps their families didn't have access to transportation could stay after school, have the help of their teachers after school to get their homework done.
So that
They
was
had a nutritional snack, and then they went right straight into sports.
you talking about pre-COVID?
Pre-COVID, yes.
So are you assuming there's going to be no COVID restrictions next year at all?
I assume, based on what looks like happening right now, it looks like by October, the age 5 to 11 group should be cleared to start getting their vaccinations. And it looks like from an educational standpoint, we would have our students would be able to be vaccinated, and therefore restrictions would be loosened at the latest, I would say, November? We're looking at still first quarter of the year.
But we're not going to be able to require students get vaccinated. That's not going to be, we can't require that. So we have to assume every student's unvaccinated when we start the year, and probably through most of the year. I mean, I think the state's going to have to sort that out in terms of what they're going to require for vaccinations. But the task force didn't want to get into that minutia. We just wanted to, like we have all year, tried to develop a safe and effective plan that was a good transition through this, semi post-COVID environment, which we don't think is a semi post-COVID environment. But it was tricky, believe me.
So I guess what I just want to say is that I definitely support your teachers who have helped out with creating a plan. But I think that what I'm saying here is I back the teachers who are expressing concern. How will this affect the kids? If you have this much of an increased need for professional development, why are the ESSER funds not being used for stipends to give your teachers those extra days? Why is this being taken from the kids?
Because we're not in a post-COVID world.
That doesn't answer that question.
Well, yeah, we don't think the task force did not think we should, first of all, they knew that there was need for collaboration if we're going to do everything in our strategic plan, but they also weren't sure what those restrictions would be next year. And we think there are going to be some. I mean, that was a heavy conversation that we had for 4 or 5 weeks in a row, 3-hour meetings. I mean, it's not done.
I understand that work went back into it, but I'm in a district that is back full-time, 5 days a week, full pre-COVID schedule. I think the upside that we're seeing continually is that transmission is not occurring in our buildings. We aren't having to quarantine large numbers of students. I'm just concerned about this shortening of days in a recovery period. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot your first name, Mrs. Jeff. Ethan McNaughton.
Thank you. I love hearing the teachers chiming in, and I know it's an uncomfortable position to put teachers to chime in board meetings like this, and it's rare that teachers are willing to put themselves out there and take positions out there, and that tells you how important this is. And what is just striking to me is I know where the parents stand, right? The parents are against the shortened days. I know the teachers are against the shortened days. I don't see, it seems like we backed ourselves into something, and now we're like, well, we've said this is what we're doing, so we got to do it. But we don't see the upsides here. So what I think we've lost on the COVID side of it, and why I was so frustrated, other schools, lots of schools have done different things. It's definitely been well established that the kids can handle a full day. Lots of districts did full days. I personally experienced it. Lots of districts were doing it. So that's out the window in terms of whether kids can handle it. And let the kids determine that, whether they're better off with less instruction or a regular day. I think that all your parents are going to tell you, or majority of parents saying, we're ready for it, let's put them in for a full day. The other piece that has just been totally missed on the COVID side of things is when you cut those days down, parents were struggling and they had to create new pods to put their kids in different groups in order to cover for those periods of time when they were still working. So you have expanded your exposure, and we've made it through it fine, but COVID is not the excuse for shortening your days, because you are expanding your exposure throughout the community when you reduce your after school programs and your shortened days, so that everybody's struggling to carpool and send kids all over the place to daycares and wherever, so that they can get to their 5 o'clock or 5:30 times. Other things I'm really concerned about, they have kind of come up. One, we had awesome pause program. It's just an amazing program. The way the schedule is set up, you lose it. And the other thing is with tips and these other programs we had that were so useful in Weathersfield. An incentive to a kid is, hey, stay after, you work with you work on your homework a little bit, then you get to go to pause, and then you're going to go to baseball practice or whatever. But when you choose a schedule change, right, your teachers aren't available to coach or to do those other programs, tips or pause, and then you lose the whole synergy of why that was working. Not to mention you're putting it all on your parents. Like Lizzie said, it is so hard. It is so hard to figure out these shortened days. And the teachers are against it. The parents are against it. I think it really is. I know you guys put time into it, but blow it up. It's not the way to go. It's not going to serve the purposes that you're trying to get to. It's not going to make us safer, right? It's safer to keep your kids in the same kind of groups. Keep them after school if they want to do that stuff. Keep them in their pods. Don't regionalize your sports. All these things could have kept, if COVID is really the issue, lots of ways to deal with that. And maybe we should think about those issues differently instead of doing it this way. So really, really encourage you to listen to your teachers, listen to your parents, because they do have input here. And I think we can all learn for something. And I'm not taking away from the couple of people that got tasked for doing a lot of work, but as we stressed all throughout the meeting, more minds, right? More minds coming up with problem solving. I love hearing from the teachers and things that they're seeing how this is going to have unintended consequences. You can get a lot better product when you have the input. And sometimes you got to take a step back and see what you're trying to reach. We can handle going to a regular school day. We absolutely can. And the kids are ready for it. And we showed that it wasn't the best thing for our kids. We did what we had to do. Lots of schools approach it differently. Weathersfield did a good job. We got through it, but we know that we can handle going back. Let's not just because there's a decision, and I'm not sure why we have this decision that we're going to have all these same contracts and why we did that, right? But let's not backdoor everything else and put our kids at risk because of that one decision that, hey, we want to have something exactly the same. Therefore, we're going to put our study halls in the morning and we're going to put, take away any ability for the teachers to interact with the kids in that really crucial time. And that is such an important time. For my kids doing pause, they bond with those teachers in ways so it's so meaningful for them. That 15 minutes when they help them with their homework or whatever after school, that is so important for a kid. So and for the teachers, it's so rewarding. Like, don't give up that period of time when those teachers can have those really meaningful connections with kids, because we backed ourselves into some agreement with the SU. As you can see, back and forth is like, is the SU helping us get to where we want to go, or is it getting in the way all the time?
Thank you, Ethan. Lizzie?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question because I'm hearing about, in terms of offering the after-school program, we have to wait and see what the restrictions will be and what will be lifted. And I'm just curious what those restrictions are, as I know that a lot of districts around us have offered after-school programs all through this school year. So I'm trying to figure out what's different.
Yeah, Lizzie, for us, most of it was the hesitancy, I think, on the part of, some of our more anxious staff members to mix pods and to do things after school that would mix those pods. That's loosening up a little bit. So I think that, there's also some, I think that was probably the biggest issue. And then also under the governor's emergency order, and quite frankly, we're still under the governor's emergency order, there was restrictions on the use of public buildings. We had to blow in the fresh HVAC for a certain period of time after school and blow out the fresh air with our HVAC systems for a period of time. There was all of those mechanical pieces that had to happen in the building. And I don't know if they're going to still have to happen or not happen, but those were requirements. And so that's probably the simple answer.
Okay. Can you just remind me what building the Windsor after school program was happening in this year and why, did they not have to do that process or was it in a different building?
Yeah, no, they did not have an after-school program either. None of our buildings had an after-school program this year.
Okay, I thought one was advertised happening in Windsor at the beginning of the school year.
No, that didn't happen. And a big part of it, thanks for reminding me. I mean, it was the airflow. I mean, there are certain requirements, whether those requirements will still be in place or not. But, we probably had at grant expense, thank God the state helped us with it. But I bet you we had, over $300,000-$400,000 worth of HVAC work done to get air in and out of our buildings to make sure we had fresh air for the kids all day long, and that required a certain time frame. So that's part of it too. And there's a lot of moving pieces. Believe me, it's not easy.
Kristen?
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if other board members feel this way, but I just feel like really concerned with what we're hearing. And I mean, it's like 9:20 on a Tuesday night, and these people have stayed after, even teachers, to tell us how what's not going to work. And we haven't heard anything positive about it. So I'm just wondering, like, who is the schedule going to work for? Like, where are the people that approve of the schedule? Like, I haven't heard anything, even just like online or friends or other teachers. And I know a lot of Weathersfield kids go to YMCA camp all summer. Mine did last year too. And it's 8 to 5 and they're fine. And they're mixing with other schools. I know personally, like, I'm going to have to go back to my office this fall. And so I know a lot of people are in the same boat. Like, a lot of us are vaccinated and going back to work. And so what's going to happen? Like, who is this benefiting?
Are you asking me, Kristen?
I think if you're the one that made the call. Also, is this like completely set in stone?
Kristen, I did not make the call. The task force made the call. 22 people that all represented the union, the teachers, the para support. That was, and it was about some technical. It was very, it was technical about what could work within the parameters of the contract. I mean, I understand the limitations, and like I said, I'm not sure this is going to be forever, but we wanted to get something published early. We're now working on the after school programming. I mean, I think that, this is, and I respect everybody on this call, and this is one set of parents. I mean, we have a Heartland board meeting next week. We have a Mount Scottney board meeting the week after that. We have an SU meeting. I mean, when you have a unified contract and a unified day, unfortunately, it's not a single district. You've got to keep all the players in place, and that's tricky. It's complicated.
One of the people asked, were parents considered? Were they asked as stakeholders in any of these discussions?
Well, I think the way the task force looked at it, I mean, I know people talk about shortening the school day pre-COVID. We were thinking about transitional COVID, and we were actually lengthening the school day by 45 minutes to an hour. So, I mean, that's, I mean, I guess the way you talk about this is not the way the task force talked about it. And did we send out surveys to parents? No, we didn't. I mean, first of all, I don't think we have to send out surveys to understand, as a father of 7 children, that this has been a difficult year, and it'll be a difficult year next year if, again, 215 or 210 versus 225. I don't know. I think the bigger issue is around some of those after school programs, pause and tips, and some of that, those pieces. We're working on that now to both in Windsor and in Heartland and in Weathersfield. So, I mean, to me, that's it. It's not that we've lopped off another hour of the day, or we've chopped off this or chopped off that. I mean, we understand that this has presented this year a hardship, and luckily some people can, have opportunities to transport, others don't. So it's not like this is done with complete insensitivity. We want to make sure that we've got the safest day and the best day instructionally. Do we? We'll see. I mean, I know we had some of the best minds around that table, and we went with the professional expertise of the people around that table. I don't think you do a school schedule by a voice vote of communities. You just don't do that. I've never done that in my career, and I won't do that now. We bring the best laid plans of the professionals to the table, and then we try to work it out. And I understand the after school care is critical, and you know, we're gonna work on that.
Mark, you have your hand up.
I do. I guess the next question is going to be in the as far as the workforce itself, in coordination with the school's administrator. What flexibility does the union membership have to work with that last period of the day without violating the contract? Is that time specifically allocated only to PD? And if not, can union membership waive that clause and engage in instruction time?
It is right now designated, the 2:15 to 3:15 slot is designated as sort of a general collaboration time. We hadn't talked about whether or not a couple of those afternoons could be for something other than that. I mean, I think that's you know, started to be discussed as we started to talk about after school programming, but yeah, and there may be some flexibility. I don't think Wethersfield can teach right up until 2:30 or 2:45 while Heartland stops at 2:15. I mean, I think that's got union grievance written all over it. But this is a tricky piece to navigate. But I think there could be some flexibility.
I guess we have Jennifer Durham has her hand up.
Thank you. So Dr. Baker, I know you said that the other schools were in this on making the decision on the task force. You've heard the concerns that we've had at Wethersfield with parents and board members and teachers. And you said, you know, what are the benefits that Heartland and Windsor and Albert Bridge are seeing that we're not seeing?
Well, I think you'd have to ask the task force members that question. And I don't want to speak for Heartland. I mean, certainly the Heartland principal is here tonight because we knew scheduling was coming up, and she along with Angie and a few of the others had a lot of input into this. I saw the Windsor principal here for a little while. I don't know if she still is, Colleen. I think they did.
But if we're having these concerns, and there was 22 people from other buildings, and we had people here, and I know our members talked to us, so they knew our concerns, and they were going to you with them. And if our concerns were outweighed by the majority who had positive, what are those positives that are outweighing the negatives that we are seeing and feeling?
I'm happy to speak up if that's okay.
Go ahead, Christine.
I cut the line. Sorry, Meredith. Yeah, that's a great question, Jennifer. I think the staff at Heartland really this year have appreciated the collaborative practices time that they've had together. And they have that after school. And it's made them better teachers. It's built their skills. It's built our capacity. It's allowed integration and co-teaching, which benefits our kids. So I think that's where they see the benefit. In every meeting and workshop and course that I've been in with educators, the biggest barrier to progress is time for them. Teachers already work well past their contracted hours. They have to do the job. It's not a job that you can do in a 7.5 period day. So I think that's really what they found was beneficial. And I think they were excited about the time to collaborate and work not only in Heartland together, but across the SU with grade level colleagues, because they don't have that time to work together now. It's very rare that they can do that. And I think what we're asking them to do, which Dr. Baker has alluded to and shared, is this strategic plan that was created by our communities, which is really exciting. And will shift the way we do business in schools. It will shift education in a way that has to shift to prepare our kids for the futures that they're going to embark on. We know, the world is a different place now. And so education has to look different, and teachers need time to do that learning and that work. And so that's what they are most excited about. I will say that, Heartland has a rec program. So it's, I'm listening to the Weathersfield community and I'm thinking, oh God, what if we didn't have a rec program? What would my parents do? And so I think the discussion really is around what we do after school for kids and how we support them and how we support Weathersfield, in developing a program like that. So I hope that helps. And I hope I didn't sound angry. I'm just really passionate about this work. So others can chime in.
Yeah, thank you, Christine. I think that is a lot of the issue here is just, having something constructive for the kids to do during that time. Something where they're continuing their learning, even if it's not in a traditional classroom setting, but just something for the kids during that time. Meredith?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Can you please remind me who the 4 staff members for Weathersfield were? I think it was in a chat and I don't see it any longer.
Yeah,
It's Laura Powers, Zach Shambo, Kristen Hubner, and Emily Stevens.
Actually, Christina Hughes, right.
Oh, Christina Hughes, sorry.
And Emily.
Thank you. And I assume Jean Marie, you were there? Okay.
No, so David invited Brian, and he told me today Brian did go to the first meeting, but he didn't go to the others.
Yeah.
David also assumed that the reps were talking to me about the schedule, but frankly, I don't think that was a directive. So I saw the schedule for the first time last week. I will tell you the schedule is excellent, and I'm not referring to start and ending time. I'm telling you that they worked very hard to create a special schedule and a co-teaching schedule so that 45-minute blocks could become 90-minute blocks for project-based and different kind of exploratories and activities. I am hearing very clearly the parents talking about, there is no plan. I know one thing that happened this year, and I'm not sure how many hours, but all paras have the same number of hours. Well, that's new. And the only reason I could open my doors at 7 is because I paid a para to come in at 7. And that can't happen anymore because they have a unified contract. So where I'm hearing these genuine concerns, and I'm a mother of 3, so I'm thinking, how would we do that? I don't have anybody in the building available from 7 to 7:45. And frankly, I don't think there's anyone available after school. And I know that's a problem because I think Ethan said it. Kids go to pause, they go to homework support or tips, then they go to pause, and then they go out to sports. And I hear what you're saying. I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know if it was discussed at committee level. I was on the committee.
Thank you. I do have one more item that I just would like to say. I'm not sure I'll have another opportunity tonight, but I think for me, it feels in a world where things are out of control, that there's things that maybe parents are feeling that we could have input on. So for me, that's where I feel like there's a lot of decisions being made about things that directly affect my family. And it seems like those opportunities for input have been taken away.
I do, Meredith, just want to mention that where it's different, we were 4 schools operating under 4 schedules, and that's true, and that's the way it's been. And from my perspective, I've always encouraged parent input, always. We're now have a unified contract. and it's one size fits all. And I think what you heard David say is we can't do one thing in Weathersfield and something different in Heartland. So that might be where the rub is. We're used to really, kind of personalizing the flavor, the way we do business in Weathersfield. And that's, you only know what you know. I've been here 11 years. That's the way we've done business. But we're in a new age where we have one master agreement, and it is one size fits all. The way we did kindergarten screening, everybody's doing it the same. There's a transitional kindergarten program, I think ESSER funds are supporting. That's why we're doing it all the same, because that's going to be a feeder program for at-risk kids. So I see a lot of changes, and it's around that unified contract and the fact that we're really looking at everything from an SU perspective, not a school perspective. Now, I'm not weighing in on that. I'm telling you, that's the difference. So we're looking the same, what we provide. But boy, did you hit it on the head when you said Weathersfield doesn't have a rec program. So even though have the same parameters, start time, end time, we're doing the same thing in terms of our schedules. You guys all have rec programs. Heartland has it. I think Mount Escutney has it. We don't. And I'm sitting here thinking, how would we do one? I don't even know how many hours the paras get. I don't even know if they're available after school. I don't even know if they can run the pause program. They can't run tips and homework support. That can only be done by professionals. So great questions. I wrote a lot of notes. I have a lot of food for thought, but I really don't have the answers.
Thank you, Jean Marie. Meredith, does that answer your questions?
No, thank you, Jean Marie, and I mean, it does. Thank you for taking the time, Jean Marie. I just want to, obviously the folks who worked on the committee put in the hard work. I'm not discrediting that by my comments. I'm just saying that, parents do have a lot to offer to the situation.
Yes, I would agree, Meredith. Next up, we have Ethan.
Thanks. I think a couple of things. One, when a task force is going to present something.
You sound really far away, Ethan.
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah.
It'd be great when you have a task force and then we're kind of pushing it back and you list some awesome teachers on the task force, and I get that, and we put it on them. Love to hear the task force members be the ones talking about, okay, here's why. Because what I have seen repeatedly, I'm thinking back to Act 46, all these times, is you get tasked with something that's like, okay, here's what you have to do, blah, blah. And they're like, well, we're going to do the best we can with what they're making us do. And I'd love to hear from them, because we have no way of knowing if they're actually saying, yeah, this is awful. We didn't want to be forced in this structure, but we were given a structure. We tried to make the best we can. But if this unified contract is the problem, that's where we should be putting our efforts. Okay, this was somebody's idea. I don't know why, but now we're in it, but let's get the heck out of it so that we can go back to having the situation we want that's best for our kids. Like, we keep getting backed into these things that the FU is doing, or however that plays out. And then we're like, well, it's what we got to do now, because that's what we have, and there's no more local control. It's what we're faced with to do it. The other piece is, I'm really taking with a grain of salt that Heartland or these other communities have said, yes, we want to do a shorter school day or eliminate the possibilities of after school programs and that kind of stuff. I really don't buy that the other parents are on board any more than we are. It's just they don't have a voice at the table, just like we don't. So, because I remember the battles with Act 46 when central office was trying to shove that down everybody's throats, and when they were saying to everybody, here's what they gave the committee: find a way to do this. Not look at, is this the best idea? What is the best idea? But find a way to do this. And I'm gonna put money on the fact that when Shambo and these other teachers, who I have a lot of respect for, were handed this, they weren't said like, hey, make up the best schedule you can. They said, here's what we're going to do. Now you got to try to make something work for Weathersfield, even though it's not going to work. And So we need to, again, take a step back and say, well, why are we backing ourselves into these things all the time? And are we getting anything out of this? Is this better for our kids than last year? And if not, why did we get back into this situation? It keeps happening, and it's so frustrating because we're not gaining every time that we have something where the SU board doesn't really know what's going on or isn't really filled in. It gets handed to them, and then everybody else is abiding by it. And the SU board is supposed to be our school boards driving that board. They're the members of it. What really happens is the central office is throwing stuff down them, and then we're stuck with it after the fact, and we're at it again. This is not a good solution for us. It's not a good solution. It's going to hurt Wethersfield to lose access to teachers during that critical block at the end of the day for all the kids. And there's no reason to shorten the day. That's just silliness. And we've heard the Wethersfield teachers say this doesn't make sense. We haven't heard any of the Heartland teachers. We've heard an administrator, right? And maybe Heartland's all on the saying, hey, this works for us because it just fits our schedule better. I don't know. So I'm certainly not going to listen because all the back and forth we've heard, and we don't have anybody from those task committees actually coming in and saying, this is a great idea. Not because we were tasked with making the best we could out of a bad situation that got forced on us, but this is what we think is the best way to do this. And I'd love to hear that before we make all these sacrifices, or just say, we'll go back to the drawing board, figure out how to get out of this unified contract and go back to what we had. We knew it was working, and we're trying to fix something that was working really well with something we know the teachers and the parents don't think is going to work very well.
Thank you, Ethan. Mark?
Again, there's a labor piece of this that I really feel is missing. It's a unified contract. It's not the boogeyman. It's something different than what we're used to working with, and it's a different way than we're used to working with as individual schools. But just as how we operate as an SU changes how we operate as a school, the same thing bears out with the union membership. You engage in a unified contract. It is a unified protection of the employer, all shareholders, and everybody that is subject to that agreement. There's no reason that if the union members work together, that they cannot grant waivers to themselves, if in agreement with administration, to change the schedule as far as hours go. So what I'm saying is that I do not think, as far as union law is concerned, that if the union members decide themselves, hey, it'd be really nice if we had 6 paras volunteer to allow for check-in at this time. This is not something that an administration can dictate. That's why you have a contract limiting administration. But it's something that the union members themselves can engage in. I've engaged in similar things with two other different unions. You can waive meal penalties. You can change when the time you run into overtime. You can change if it's of the union membership itself. It's a lot more feasible. It doesn't have to be a crippling, the unified contract does not have to be a crippling entity. Sorry, that's the way I feel about that.
Thank you, Mark. Jamie?
Hi there. I appreciate everybody's opinions about all of the things that are not going to work for next year, and I echo quite a few of them as a working parent. It is, and of course, I'm a parent of a kindergartner, so I don't know a lot of what you've done in the past, and so pardon my ignorance there, but I have a couple of things. One, I'm just really frustrated to think that we haven't, Mark, what you were just talking about was like a little bit of a solution to what we can do for next year, but I'm feeling we've talked for at least an hour and a half about all the ways that this is not going to work without any conversation about solutions for how, if at all. I mean, it's nice to be able to voice our grievances, but is there anything that can be done for next year's schedule? So I just wanted to, where do we go from here? What is the channel? Who is the person? Is it the Wethersfield board that we can write to? Is it Dr. Baker? Where do we go from here to be able to say, as the parent group constituents, we're struggling. We're not sure what we can do. And then secondly, I think at the beginning of this conversation, pardon my 9:45 mindset at this point, the decision for after school programs last year was made because there were concerns of health and safety. We totally understand that. We didn't have the staff that wanted to take that risk. Who and how do make the decision for the after school program? Is it, Dr. Baker, I think you said it, we're waiting on the AOE, but we weren't really on the AOE last year. I'm just curious, who and how and when will that decision be made if it isn't something that's coming direct from the state?
Dr. Baker?
Yeah, I've heard mention that there are after school programs going on right now, and you're right, there are rec programs going on right now, but remember, summer camps, recreational programs, some after school programs, childcare, they all operate under different COVID restrictions than we do, okay? When you have a school-based program like ours, or you have a school-based program like TIPS, I mean, I think then we just have to make sure we're operating within the parameters of any guidance that we're getting from the AOE. And, I'm feeling pretty optimistic that we will be able to do something. And what that after school program looks like, just like in Heartland and just like in Mount Escutney, that's going to be a local decision. Now talking about, as Mark said, paraprofessionals or support staff being available. I mean, I don't see why not. Talking about ways in which a teacher or two could be exempt at 215 because you don't have a rec program to be able to do that. I think you had those kinds of things in place pre-COVID, and it seemed to work. I mean, I'm not negating any of that. I think this feedback has been great. I think it is specific to some of the needs, that Wethersfield has that maybe Heartland and Mount Escutney don't have, because they do have after-school programs and rec programs. But so I think that's why we wanted to have the administrative team, or a fair number of them, on tonight, because we'll take this back and process this. And certainly our job is to support Brian and to support Jean and to support this community to try to make it work. I mean, I don't think it's a letter campaign, or, I mean, you can do that for sure. But I think the people that are on this call now that are administrative, they listen, they care. Their parents, I've been here 9 years. I love the Wethersfield community. I love the Wethersfield school. I mean, nobody's trying to sabotage anything, but we're working within a certain level of parameter, and that's what we want to do. There's no malintent. There's nobody out to take over the world. There's nobody trying to, I mean, I'm just trying to be as honest as I can. I think the conversation here tonight was good. It's late, so I appreciate people sticking around. I don't know what'll happen at the Heartland board meeting or at the Mount Escutney board meeting. My guess is because they have had years and years of town-run after-school programs, it may not be as much of a problem. But we'll take this back, and as Christine said, we'll do what we can, whether it's through just looking at the para contract and support staff contract, which is different, and seeing if there's ways we can support that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that it's not like us against them. We're all in this together. I consider every single Wethersfield student, my kid. I don't live in the community, but I don't live in Heartland. I don't live in Windsor either. I mean, this is not us against them. This is us trying to make it work and provide opportunities for kids after school, before school, during school. I mean, it's complicated because we have had different initiatives come down from the state that are SU driven. We have a union contract that we negotiate. Jackie Antonovich is on that negotiation committee, and she'll tell you it's an interesting job, to do that work. And one of the things we're talking about is the unified schedule, without, getting into all the details of negotiations. But there's a lot of moving pieces. And I think the input tonight has been great. I mean, I don't want to take it personally. I don't think anybody wants to take it personally. It's just, we understand that that a shorter day is a challenge. Whether or not we can meet that challenge and try to provide something for our kids, let's try to do that.
David, is there anything that we as a board can do to, like, do we need to, direct you guys to do that? Or is there anything as a board that we could vote on to direct you to?
I mean, again, you certainly can. I mean, Jean Marie, I think, again, I know this is, her swan song. And one of the things we've been trying to do is to make her, or have her go out gracefully. She deserves that. She's put a lot of time in. But I think you can certainly, I think Jean Marie's heard it tonight. She knows this community. She's given 12 years of her life to it. I mean, I don't think it needs a board directive. I think we've heard it. We can't direct anything that's going to be, contract bound or, but I think there are ways we can try to respond to the concerns raised tonight and try to come up with some solutions. I mean, I think that's what I'm hearing. And I know that this administrative team is pretty creative and works pretty well together. And I think we can try to figure something out.
Yeah, I mean, I found this conversation to be very useful. I mean, I know it's late, but I've certainly learned something about this tonight. I kind of wondered, like, why are we at Wethersfield the only ones that have a problem with this? And now I understand why that's the case. And it makes a lot of sense. And
yeah, I think you heard part of that tonight, right? That Wethersfield has been a community that has had to create their own after-school program, their own homework program, their own, and that's great. They've done that. And I'm not saying we still can't do that. We've just got to figure out a way to do that within the AOE restrictions. And I think I like to see the glass half full. I'm pretty optimistic we can.
So Jamie, I heard Jamie Richardson wrote a question in the text, and I think there was another question written by, now I'm not seeing it, but Heather Thurber. So I want to make sure I understand this. I would love to start the tips and homework support, but those are CFP funded programs, and I have a 30% poverty rate. I don't think I have any money. I have no money locally, and I have no money in the CFP. However, PAWS is a different thing. Now, I think you have to have a licensed teacher, though, with other staff to do PAWS. When David gives us the go-ahead for after-school program, which we do not have right now, but maybe that will change after tonight, I guess I need to know, we don't handle contracts anymore. So as we're sitting here, I'm thinking, I don't have a copy of any paraprofessional contract. I don't know how many hours they have. That's all done at central office. So I don't know who's available. So if I wanted to ask somebody to come in at 7 to open the building to make it easier for parents, I'd love to do it. But I don't know, I guess I have to figure that out. And if David's allowing kids to be in the building at 7, then I think that's something we could work on. I would have to shift the hours because there's no funding source.
We're talking about two things. One was having kids in the building at 7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would supervise them? It would have to be a parent.
That's a different story. I mean, nothing in this conversation indicates a 7 a.m. drop-off. I'm not sure I've ever agreed with that in schools. Okay. I mean, because schools are schools. They're not childcare agencies. Now, homework help and PAWS programs and those kinds of things for after-school programming, those are vital to a community, and those aren't necessarily bound by contract. I just saw Jessica, who has a lot of experience with PAWS, and Zach Shambo. It doesn't have to be a licensed teacher that runs PAWS, but it does have to be thoughtful, and we have to work. We have to work on that and see if there are ways in which we can make that happen. I've just been waiting for our risk management, our our insurance company to give us the go ahead and the green light. That's what I'm waiting for. Once we get that, and I'm feeling optimistic that we will for next year, I think then we can get going on that, and we can start talking about how we could staff that, who we could hire for that, how many kids we could handle during that, how that could start right at 2:15 for those people that have, especially for those younger kids who, can't be home alone and parents have to work. I get that without a doubt.
Okay. Zach has his hand up. Mr. Shambo.
Thank you. So in regards to PAWS, I'll make it quick because it's late. PAWS is a state-run program that is housed at Weathersfield School. Jess was awesome in creating the program a while back, and the purpose of the program was that it was just for Weathersfield students at Weathersfield School. Now, PAWS could occur in other locations in the town, but usually the rent would be charged. And that's another reason why it's been at Weathersfield, is because we've hadn't needed to pay rent. And as Jess said in the chat, you don't need to be a licensed teacher to run PAWS. You have to go through a whole set of different background checks through the Vermont, I can't think of it right now, but it's not through the AOE. It's a different department.
Yeah, it's the Department of Children and Families.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And Zachary, if we hadn't been in COVID conditions this year, were you thinking about running PAWS again this year or no?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, I'm just asking. I mean, I'm not to put you on the spot, but I think staffing, I think we can work on this. I know we can. Jean and I have, we've had just very brief conversations about it because we're waiting for risk management to give us the green light. But thanks for that clarification, Zach. That's helpful.
Thanks. Kristen?
Are tips and homework help, Jean Marie, run? You said there, like, has to do with poverty rate. Like, if our poverty rate's higher, we get those. Is that okay? Because we offered free lunch for so long, and we talked about that, like how parents didn't have to fill out the free and reduced lunch because we all got free lunch. Are we still going to give free lunches in the fall? Like, do we think that our poverty rate?
We need the parents to fill out the paperwork, and you see every now and then you see me put it out there, and even attach the form. So our poverty rate is low for a lot of reasons, but one could be that they're not filling out the forms because they get the food free anyway, so why bother? And they don't like to report their income. That's personal stuff. But it's that money, it's that poverty level that generates the money that each school gets through the Consolidated Federal Program Grant. I ran homework support and tips. I created them with teachers, and probably 10 years ago, and they were all fully funded by the CFP. There is not a penny in our budget for that, not a penny.
So
now,
go ahead.
I don't know that it sounds like we're going to meet to talk about ESSER, but today I learned something new that startled me, and that was that I don't have two interventionists through CFP. So I already know, long before I candidate for that middle school teacher, I'm going to be talking with my team about, I've got to have two interventionists in grades 5 through 8. I've got to. That has got to be a part of the recovery plan. Well, I didn't realize, I thought they were both in the CFP. So what I'm saying to you is the team is going to come back together and look at that. I think tips and homework support would be a fabulous recovery for children, but my team may not agree, and we must agree. As David said to you, it comes out of the SU. So I'm a pretty good advocate, I think my team would tell you, for the Weathersfield School. That is how I come in. That's the lens I wear, and I am a pusher. Now, I don't always get what I want because we do something called a fist of 5 in our administrative teams, and we vote on things. I'm one voice. So I can't sit here and say, I'm going to do homework support and tips, because if I can't get it through ESSER, I can't do it, because I can't get it to the CFP. Do we need it? Yes. Now, I'm really encouraged to hear what David said about pause, but I also know, because I was in on those early meetings, that the stringent requirements of licensing is incredible. So it's not like just anybody can run that program. It's a lot of work. And that will take a lot of time, because there'll be training. If it's not a teacher that knows what they're doing, like Jessica or Zachary, then that person has to be trained. You don't mess with the government on those kinds of programs. I'm all for pause starting. Sounds like David's going to work with risk management. When they give us the go-ahead, we get an ad out there, because the program does pretty much financially take care of itself, because there's a sliding scale for parents. So I think we could at least start that process of getting somebody willing to step up. It can't be a teacher though, unless something drastically changes, because I think you heard David say it a minute ago, he's not opening those doors at 7 for kids to be dropped off. The day is set, all 4 schools. And frankly, I think that was the parameter that the committee worked with. Start and stop, one size fits all. It's based on a master agreement. So there's not a lot of flexibility. And in the afternoon, although I wasn't on the committee, but I did look at the schedule, and it looks like they're busy 5 afternoons a week, 2:15 to 3:15. For example, Friday it said 2:15 to 3:15 creative time. I said, great, describe creative time. IEPs, MTSS, 504s. I'm like, oh my God, you're not even going to get all those meetings in on a Friday from 2:15 to 3:15. That's the creative time. I share that story with you because what I want you to understand is there is not a lot of flexibility. There is not, based on the parameters are set. So when I heard Mark say the union needs to rise up, I'm telling you, one size fits all. All 4 schools doing the same.
I don't think he said the union needs to rise up, but
Well,
but I know.
But I said the union has no power here, is what I said.
Right. Well, it's yeah, but I'm just.
Well, they may not have any power at all to change the day, but as far as holding their membership to the letter of the contract and waivers, they do.
Yeah. Well, there's always ways to do side letters of agreement or to look. I mean, I think what we found out tonight is Wethersfield has somewhat of a unique problem compared to the other 2 districts, that they don't have town-run, private-run recreation programs, after-school programs. And so, I think that's a legitimate takeaway from tonight. And it might be why the other communities, were not quite as vocal about the shortened day. But we can work on that. I know we can, and we've got some good in-house expertise with Jessica and Zach, who've done pause. I mean, it's sustained itself, as I think, for a couple of years, few years, because some of the kids are subsidized, some of the kids are private pay, but I think it worked in Wethersfield, and that would be something we could work on locally once we get risk management to give us the go ahead.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock. I'd like to wrap this up soon. I see that Angie has her hand raised, but if we can just keep all replies short as possible from now on.
It's really quick. I do think that there were ESSER funds for towns. It might be worth exploring the opportunity in ESSER funds for towns, not ESSER funds, but COVID relief funds for creating after-school programming. I remember seeing something about that. If I find it, I'll send it to you, Anne-Marie.
Thank you.
That's a possible solution. I'm not sure those are allowed here.
I see Ethan and Mark both have their hands up, but I think those are old hands, right?
I would just say, so one, like pause is great. It's self-funding. I'd love to hear what the holdup is on risk management. First, it was AOE, now it's risk management. And we know other communities right down the road are doing it, like Springfield's doing it. So frankly, I think, tomorrow, Baker, you can turn around and say, yeah, we're good to go. So I'd love to, there is no risk management issue here. If you want to provide to anybody on the board evidence that the insurance company has told you that you can't do this,
Absolutely.
I guarantee that you don't have that document.
Absolutely.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, well, I can try to get it to you, but we have not been able to run public programs in our buildings after school hours. Part of it had to do with the HVAC system. I've explained all of this.
Yeah, that was at the beginning of COVID. That was way at the beginning. We're way past that.
We have not. The governor's order has not been lifted. We are still in state emergency, and we're still getting our direction from the AOE, and the AOE interprets those guidelines through risk management, and that's how we operate. That's how we roll.
Give Springfield a call and ask them how they've been able to run their All for One program through the same building all year. Just give them a call and see. And if you need to switch insurance companies so that you'll get insured, use the one Springfield's using, because they've been doing it all year. That's not truthful. It's just not.
Well, I don't lie, Ethan. That's one thing I don't do.
So earlier there was a comment about these rumors going around about consolidating programs, and I was going to read to you the email that David Baker said that he sent that said that he was looking to consolidate band, art, and now all of a sudden you're saying that, I don't know where that rumor came from, when you said it in writing and that you were going to try the sports program, you're hoping to expand it to those specials going forward. And you always do this, David. You say one thing and the audience changes and you go a different way. I can read the email if you want. I can forward it to everybody on the board. You absolutely said that.
Ethan, why don't you forward that to us? We will add that to our discussion for next month, okay?
So let me find, if I can forward it to one, I need an email address. I need an email address of somebody to send it to, and you guys can forward it around the boards. I don't have your email address.
Okay, you can use my email address. I'll forward it. It's my full name, Anne Marie. You got paper?
Yeah, right. Hang on, I'm getting it right now. Yep.
Okay, it's ANNEMARIE .Redmond REDMOND at WSESU.net.
WESU.net. Got it. Thanks.
Okay. Now I don't think we have any items for action, do we? David?
No.
Okay, next up is setting the next agenda. And the first thing we'll put on there is talking about consolidation concerns. That would include sports, summer school, and I guess specials. Although that is not something that's in the works.
Time change too. Remember, we start at 7.
Oh yeah, time change for the next agenda. We will be starting at 7. I'd also like to discuss Weathersfield School Board goals.
Excuse me, Anne.
Yes.
Isn't that something we usually do at the July retreat? That's when we set.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I had it written down, but yeah, that's for the retreat. Yeah. So strike that, Becky. We'll do that at the July retreat.
It sounds like we're going to need to have scheduling and restrictions put back on.
Yep. We'll have probably COVID updates. I think we can just roll COVID stress into COVID updates. I don't think we need 2 agenda items on that. Probably should talk about the recovery plan some more, David.
Yeah, I think by that time you'll have the full plan.
Yes. And we'll have the breakdown of the ESSER fund spending before the SU meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Anybody have anything else they'd like to see on there? Do we want to talk about fall sports plans?
Or next fall, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
Or would that be part of the consolidation concerns? The
no,
sports?
you can, I think you can put it on there. I think, I don't know if Jessica's still on the line, but I think Jessica and Jean Marie, we talked about, like I said, trying to get those registrations or get those applications and surveys done a little earlier this time.
Yeah, if you're gonna do them before school gets out, we would need them done before our next meeting. So it'd be great to see them at that meeting.
So am I hearing you say Jessica's left the meeting? So
Yeah.
I'm taking notes. So would you like Jessica to send those out prior to June 8th? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, because we'd like to try
Yeah,
to.
it would be good to know the numbers ahead of time. I agree.
Done. I'll make it happen with her.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jean.
Nathan, you have your hand up?
Yeah, can I just humbly suggest that when you, before you do those signups, you kind of pump up sports, you know, run some announcements to get kids excited about it, that kind of stuff. That's how you build programs. So I would just humbly suggest that maybe the AD could do something with kids to, you know, get them pumped up about signing up for sports ahead of time so that we do get better numbers so they know what they're signing up for.
Great. I'll speak with her tomorrow, Nathan.
Yeah, and I think that does help. And remember, my understanding is we're talking about, because you know, local rec centers and schools are doing the K-6. So we're talking about 7th and 8th graders. So that would be this year's 6th and 7th graders. We need to know their interest level. And I would agree, pumping them up is probably not a bad idea. And also getting something home, because oftentimes the kids don't represent exactly what the parents want them to do, you know, the next step. But I know, Jean Marie, you're on it and you'll make sure it happens.
Kristen, you have your hand up?
I think it should be K through 8 though, right? Because, or 7, K through 7, because it's outdoors and there's no, like now the order under the executive order is that you can be outside with no mask, 6 feet, and it's soccer, right? That's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
For fall. So I think it should be K through 7, right?
Yeah, that's fine to go K through 7. Kristen, what I was saying, it seemed like the big issue that we talked about tonight was 7th and 8th grade sports, because we don't have enough numbers being consolidated at the SU. And I think that's what we wanted to get a handle on early. But again, if you want to add K6 in there, that's fine too. But that's always going to be local. You know, there's certainly no efforts to do anything there. It's providing them the 7th and 8th graders with opportunity if it can't happen there. Yeah, I mean that.
Okay, so I guess that's good. I don't know, do you guys want to do executive session? I mean, I have something we need to talk about, but maybe we can do it over email, or you want to just have a quick executive session?
No, we could take a couple of minutes if you want to. I think it is,
okay.
I know. Yeah, so we just need a motion to go in.
Yeah, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we go into an executive session, and Anne Marie, if you could say who it is you'd like to have there for executive session, I'd be fine with that.
Okay, all the board members, David, and if BJ's around, if she wouldn't mind just sticking around for like 5 minutes.
BJ is not, her mom had open heart surgery.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
So BJ's not here tonight.
Okay, I will. I'll just inform BJ of what we decide. You're not invited, Jean Marie. It's gonna be talking about you.
Oh, good things, I hope.
Bye-bye.
Thanks everybody for hanging in there.
Good night. Good night.